Alright. So, I got something to say. And I know the average motherfucker is like, I wonder what in the world this motherfucker is gonna say. Is he gonna say something that people should listen to? Is he gonna say something that somebody next door don't want him to say because it's the truth? Do y'all want to hear what I got to say? Because if y'all don't, I won't say nothing. But if y'all want me to say what's on my mind and what I want to say, what I'm thinking about, and what I should say, let me know. Okay. Okay. I will. I definitely will. Alright, so first of all, it's come to my attention that Pablo, you know Pablo. Who's Pablo? The nigga who approached me on my IG? Nigga from next door, the tall, slinky motherfucker. Try to act like a gangster, but he really wasn't. There's a rumor going around. I heard it was true, that he's dead. A lot of people said that they were happy that, if that is true, they said that they were really happy about that, because then this is another rumor that I heard. I heard that there was over 1,000 females that was raped by that nigga and his family. Another thing that's been going on is, yeah, that shit happened, but my girl is like going back and forth, right? And she's next door again now. She left and she went across the street. The dude that was there, that was like the one that was like raping her and shit, he turned off all the lights in the hallway so the cameras wouldn't see. Think about that, because that's really why those lights were off. Those lights are never off. Those lights are always on. Aside from that though, my girl told him everything that was going on, and he was like, you need to go back over there. So she left back over there, right? As soon as she went back over there, he made her take her clothes off, and she was trying to stop him, but he wouldn't stop, right? This is the fat black motherfucker, the nigga that work at BJ's. Yeah, him. I want you to understand something. That nigga, that nigga, honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, he should be in jail. Because at the end of the day, when you sit there and you think about it, how all these motherfuckers were involved, and they all allowed to rip and run these streets freely, right? But they raping and beating bitches, right? Where is that okay at? I never met one fucking government official that ever said it's okay for a nigga to rape a bitch, beat a bitch, and get away with it. It's not. So why sit there and act like it's okay when at the end of the day everybody knows that it's not? You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, it's fucked up how they all sit there, right? They all be fucking lying on shit. They all be lying on people, and they all get away with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't lie on nobody. I don't shit on nobody that don't deserve to get shitted on. You know what I'm saying? And it's fucked up that I'm sitting there telling motherfuckers about what's going on, and this is what's happening. You know what I'm saying? In case a motherfucker don't know, that nigga that work at BJ's, you know his last name is Jones too, right? You know what his first name is? This nigga is scared as fuck right now. Yo, you gotta understand something. This nigga is hanging on the edge of his seat because of what I'm saying. Because he hears me talking and he sees that I still have not, how you call it? He sees that I have still not mentioned it, so it's like he's literally hanging on the edge of his seat and he's scared and he really doesn't know what to expect. He doesn't know what to do. He's like, shit, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? And it's funny because I have a lot of power right now, and I don't think niggas realize that shit. Real shit. I don't think they understand at all. I don't think they do. Because if they did, they will know this shit ain't a game. You playing with your life when you fucking with me. Remember that. At the end of the day, I want you to understand something. This dude works at BJ's. There's only one BJ's out here. Well, he worked at BJ's. I don't know if he's still there right now because of them recently getting arrested. He might have missed work and lost his job or some shit, right? No, you know what? That is what happened. Because I heard him say that he's looking for a new job now. And the more I think about it, the more I start thinking and trying to process everything. But the more I think on it, the more I'm like, you know what? They have all put me, my girl, all my other baes, and every other female in the world that has ever been abused, raped by them or by anyone else at jeopardy because they're still doing it. And the fat black nigga, he's still doing it. When she went in there, he fucking raped her again while she went back. And as soon as she got there, he told her to take her clothes off. And she was trying to stop him, but she couldn't. This is a fat black motherfucker. Compared to that little little scrawny girl. Yeah, that big fat black motherfucker, doped out Rick Ross looking like motherfucker, is gonna beat the shit out of her if she don't fucking listen. And those are the fucking facts. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, if you sit there and you actually live next door to these motherfuckers and you saw exactly what the fuck they were saying and doing all the fucking time, you would realize that in reality, they're doing all this shit on purpose. They don't give a flying fuck. They can sit there giving you a sob story, but that sob story is just a sob story, just to make you feel bad for them, because that's what it is. But understand something. I'm stalling on purpose to stress that nigga out even more. And he's stressed the fuck out right now because he's like, is he saying anything? Did he say my name yet? Did he? I ain't say shit yet. I'm about to though. I thought about it for a second, and yeah, I messaged my girl and I was like, tell so and so to cut this shit before I put this shit all over the internet. And he was fucking shook. He started getting scared. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, he is part of this shit. You gotta understand something. If y'all have no idea, about everything that's going on over the last week, here's a recap, right? Yeah, a recap. Their son got arrested on conspiracy to commit a murder charges against me because he was in the turnpike, right? He had a conversation with that fat black motherfucker, right? He had a conversation with him before he left to come see me on the turnpike, because they all saw, even the mother, they all saw that I posted that I was on the fucking turnpike. Her son was talking to them all about that shit. And when they all spoke about that shit, what the fat black motherfucker said was, make sure you don't get caught, make sure nobody sees you, make sure nobody follows you. And he was like, alright, be safe. And then he left. He was looking for me on the turnpike. I waited to post that last photo. When I posted that last photo, something told me, yo, put my hoodie on, cover my fucking face. So I put my hoodie from my sweater on, and I put the hoodie on my from my coat on, and I put the hoodie from my sweater on. And as soon as I did that, I started walking like a fucking lick. I've been around a bunch of licks and I know how to fuck them niggas walk, right? So I would sit there and I'd walk just like them, right? Covered my head, had my head covered, never lifted my head once. If I did, it was to see the metal median that's between, on Berlin Turnpike. And that was the only thing. As soon as I saw the metal part, I lifted up my head a little bit, and as soon as I saw that and I saw wheels going, in the opposite direction because I turned around, I was like, alright, I put my head back down. I didn't even bother looking to see what color car or what car. I said, fuck all that. I kept my head down, kept walking, right? I'm walking on the turnpike. There's no sidewalk on one side. There's no sidewalk, period, on the turnpike. So I kept walking, right? By the time I got to Stop and Shop, Eblin's, where AJ Wright used to be, whatever that new shit is called, Sovereign Bank, the Dollar Tree, the workout place, Stop and Shop, all that shit right there, right? So I see that, I'm in that area, I'm going through the fucking part where all the cars turn, they turn left and they start going into the parking lot, right? I keep going straight. As I go straight, I take a left. As I take a left, you gotta understand something. These niggas are fishing for any reason to try to fucking sit there and get me in trouble. So you know what they're saying? Oh, he hacked into something and found out this information and did it. I didn't hack into shit. First of all, for the record, I don't even know how to hack. So anybody that's saying anything about hacking, you look stupid as fuck, because I don't even know how to hack. I know that it's an app that people use to hack, and the only reason I know that is because somebody told me. And if it wasn't for that person telling me, I would never know that. So stop telling people I hacked and this and that. You look stupid, because I never hacked anybody a day in my life. Think about that. I never had to hack any government shit, none of that shit. I don't do nothing like that. So anybody that you would ever find that hacked into some shit like that is not me. Remember that. Anyways, back to the story. So I'm getting close to the Stop and Shop. I gotta cross, right? So I cross, but before I'm about to cross, there's a truck there, a big truck. I signal the truck to keep going. Once I see the wheels move, because I still didn't pick up my head yet. My head is still down. I'm still not looking at anything. But before I actually turned, I looked up to see if there was any cars, because it sounded quiet. I looked. There was no, before I turned to the fucking parking lot where Stop and Shop is, there was absolutely no cars coming or going down Maple or towards the Berlin Turnpike. I was like, damn, why is it so quiet? I was nervous about that. I was like, yo, why is it so quiet? So I kept going. You know, they say silence also brings death or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So I pay attention. You gotta understand, I pay attention to everything. You gotta understand, I pay attention to police shows, movies, police movies, everything. I pay attention to the actual law, what goes on. You know what I'm saying? I ain't been watching the news lately, and honestly, I don't want to watch the news lately. I don't like seeing the same shit on the news over and over, because it's usually the same bullshit on the news anyways. But anyways, so there was no cars. I took that right. I told that car to keep going. Once they kept going, I walked. And then when I was in front of Stop and Shop, I still didn't lift up my head. My head was still down. There was people that were coming out of the store. I kept my head down. I didn't even bother looking. I seen the wheels. I saw the feet. But that's all that I saw. I didn't see the legs. None of that shit. All I saw was the feet and the feet in the cart. They kept going. I kept going. I never picked my head up. I kept walking by. As soon as I passed the building and I passed the parking lot and I got to the sidewalk, then I took my hoodies off, and then I started walking normal. Everybody thought I was a real lick. I was walking like that to throw everybody off, because a lot of those people knew how I walked. And because they knew how I walked, I was like, yo, let me switch up how I walk in case people know how I walk. And good thing I did, because I could have got shot and I could have got killed if I didn't. Think about that. On top of that, this nigga got caught on a fucking Berlin Turnpike with a fucking loaded gun. And they're like, yo, what are you doing over here? He said, I'm going to the bar. He's deep in the fucking turnpike. I know the cop is thinking to himself, if you going to the bar, why did you pass Hooters? Hooters has a bar. The only other bar after that is the one at Bolorama that I know of. Think about that. Because from Hooters to Bolorama, I don't think there is any fucking bars in between. They're just stores and businesses. Hotels, motels, shit like that. When I posted that I was on the turnpike, this nigga tried to fucking sit there and tell my girl, oh yeah, he's at a motel with a bitch. I wasn't at a motel. I passed by the motel. I took a photo when I was standing in the driveway of the motherfucking motel, because the motel's all the way in the back. I'm in front of the fucking turnpike. I'm in front of, basically in front of the intersection where the turnpike is, in the middle of the driveway that goes to, lead to that way where you want to go to the motel, or you go to the left and whatever the other business was, because there was another business there too. You see in the photo, you see Hooters. I went far, deep down the fucking turnpike. It was pouring rain when this shit happened. If I didn't turn around and pretend to be a fucking lick when I was walking back, I could have got shot and killed. On top of that, When the police pulled him over and they figured, they started looking at him, they're like, hold on, you that nigga that AR is always posting on his Instagram? He was like, no, I'm not. They looked at the fucking Instagram and saw the photo and they said, yes, you are. Step out the car. They searched him. When they searched him, they found a gun. When they found the gun, they said, yo, this is a loaded gun. You're on the turnpike because of AR. He's like, no, I was just going to the bar. He was like, no, you weren't. You were looking for him because if you was really going to a bar, first of all, Hooters is all the way the fuck down the street. And the only other fucking bar is at fucking Bolarama before you get farther down and go to a different fucking place where they actually sell beer. Think about that. And on top of that, there's a million bars that's in walking distance of where you live. So why would you fucking sit there, go to a bar all the way the fuck out here when there's mad bar? There's like over 8 bars in your fucking area that you can go to, but you're gonna go all the way the fuck out here? Nah. Only reason you went out there was because he was out there and he posted on Instagram that he was out there. They arrested him, took the gun, put it in the evidence room. After that happened, he got hit with no bond. But before he got hit with no bond, they said, you know what? I tell you what, if you can prove that I was wrong, I'm gonna let you free. They put him on a lie detector test, right? They asked him the questions that they always ask, right? But they never have him on a lie detector test. They never have him hooked to the polygraph. So they sit there and they ask him the questions that they ask him, right? Understand something. When they ask him these questions, he's asked the questions that he's always answering. The same questions that the police are asking in front of his family and all of them. The same questions on the test. He failed that shit. Once they realized that he failed that shit, they said, nigga, no bond. After that cop got off the fucking clock, he told the next cop, oh, that cop brought me in here, you know, he was a crooked cop, blah blah blah, whatever. He made that cop believe that the other cop was crooked, and when that cop was letting him out, that cop also went to the evidence room, got back his gun, gave it to him, let him go. On top of that, after that happened, the cop that originally arrested him started thinking that that cop was crooked, but the only reason that cop, the cop that arrested him thought that he was crooked was because that he told the cop that switched the shifts with him that he was the crooked cop that arrested him, and that wasn't true. Think about that. After that, like a day or two later, I'm in my room. I got my blinds open, my windows, not my window, but I got my blinds and my curtains open. I'm fucking with my phone trying to message my girl, and she says something to me, and I'm sitting there responding, and this nigga's in the window, and his mother's window on the second floor. He opens a curtain, and then the lights are off, but the kitchen light is on, and he's pointing his gun, but I don't know. I'm like in my phone, right? So I don't know that he's pointing his gun. And then all of a sudden he turns his laser on, and all of a sudden I see a laser in my eye, and I'm looking at my phone. I'm like, what the fuck? I lift my head up, and I seen the laser pointing at me while he was in the fucking window. And then he turned that shit off and then tried to like act like he was in the fucking, like he was in the curtains and shit. And he backed away from the window after that. He acted like I didn't know that was him. I always knew that was him. I always did. On top of that, like a day later, they all together left to Lawrence and Russ. Lawrence and Russ, in case anybody don't know, they have an uncle that lives there. And it's the same uncle that actually raped my girl before. And all the other girls too. That dude, they have the green truck in the back, but that green truck is not the same green truck. It's the same type of truck. And the reason they parked that shit there, because they wanted me to believe that that was the truck that was there. They wanted me to do that and to take a photo and to say that they were there because they were trying to set him up, to get the attention and the heat off of them, to make it seem like it was only him. And in reality, it was all of them, including him. So yeah, the dude in the green truck, you gotta understand, the dude with the green truck on Lawrence and Russ, he lives on the 3rd floor, on the right side, all the way towards the back, one of the back apartments, all the way in the back on the 3rd floor in the brick building. When I say the brick building, this brick building has been remodeled since back then. Back in the days, this building used to be a lot different. There used to be a gate that used to open and close all the time. And I know, because I used to be out there, I know people that be out there. I know people that live out there. I know people that lived out there back before everything was different. And I know people that live there now. Think about that. So when I found out and figured out where exactly they was, I took the photo. After I took the photo, right? After I took the photo, I posted that shit. After I posted that photo, I looked at the window, and I looked at the truck, and I looked back at the window, and I said, yeah, I got you, nigga. Smiled, laughed, and then turned around and kept going. So now, when I'm sitting there, and I'm looking at shit, I'm thinking about it, I'm like, yeah, everything is what it should be. So then I'm sitting there, I'm looking at shit, and I'm listening, and I'm thinking, and I'm thinking to myself, and I'm like, go. And I'm thinking to myself, and I'm like, yo, that's exactly what it was. Because I'm like, and I started looking at the truck, I'm like, yo, that truck, I'm like, yo, that truck isn't that truck, but that truck is also the truck that has come by before. And the uncle was also part of that shit. They had that nigga back up one day into the driveway, and that nigga was part of all that raping and shit that was and beating that was going on with the other girls too. So when that happened, people started looking at that. People started paying attention. After I posted that shit, they said, we gotta get out of here. They left from there and then went to Elliott. They left. Alright, so they left from there, and they went from there to Elliott. After they went to Elliott, I didn't know they were in Elliott first. I was just like, let me go for a walk. And I normally take a right and I go down Franklin, but someone was telling me take a left. So I turned around and went the other direction, turned on Elliott, because I was going to my appointment. I walked up the street. I seen these 2 females, and they looked familiar, and the only reason I recognized them was because I seen them next door before. They've even brought their kids there before, and the reason why they would bring their kids there was because they were trying to keep my girls and keep the other girls that were there when they all were there together from fighting back. And they knew that if those kids were there, they weren't gonna fight, because that's gonna be risk to injury to minor. You know what I'm saying? They didn't want that type of shit on their record, so they didn't do nothing. And when they were asked to do something and their kids were there, they tried to convince them not to let them, not to do it. But then it ended up happening anyways. But then, so I went to my appointment, and I was coming out, and I was talking to my girl, cause she was hitting me up, and I was talking to her, and she was talking to me, and then all of a sudden she disappeared, and she stopped messaging me. I was like, what the fuck? And then she came out the fucking same building I was at, which I found weird as fuck. She was in the building. She had blonde hair. I don't know if she dyed it recently, but she had dyed blonde hair at the time. And she went down the fucking street. But the street she was going down was Elliott. You know what I'm saying? So she was going down that street, and I was like, why is she going down? Like, I thought she was about to approach me and come over here. But then, because I was standing on the next street over, but I stopped walking when I saw her. But I don't think she realized that was me. So then she went down the fucking street, And I was like, well, she just started going down Elliott. I could catch her through the little, the little cut that goes to the dead end and goes back to Elliott. So I was like, alright, I turned right there. And I looked at the fucking dead end. When I looked to the left, because that was where the dead end was, there was 2 people working on a car. I took a right, got to Elliott. By the time I got to the intersection on Elliott and that dead end, I looked to the left and I looked to the right. I didn't see her nowhere. I was like, damn, she must be in one of them houses. But then when I started walking up the street, I saw those girls, those black girls, right? And when I saw those girls, they were looking at me hard as fuck. When I say they were looking at me hard as fuck, they were looking at me like they knew me. And that's why I started looking at them. And I went to the corner, and once I went to the corner, I started fucking with my phone. Then I act like I was fucking with my phone for a second, turned around, went back down the street. Then I messaged my girl while I was going down the street. And while I messaged her when I was going down the street, I stopped after I crossed the street. The street that was to the dead end. I literally stopped right there, and I heard screaming. The screaming that I heard was actually my girl trying to get out that fucking house. And you gotta understand, there was 3 kids in the front playing, but there's no cameras, there's no ring, none of that shit in this place. There was 3 kids in the front, in the yard, not in the front, in the yard playing. Their car was the brown Toyota with tents. That shit was sitting right in front of the house. On top of that, there's 2 black girls, and they're just standing in front of the building, the doorway. They're standing in front of the doorway. So after I passed by, I guess my girl looked through the window and she saw me. So after she saw me, she was sitting there like shit, that was him. I gotta go. I'm gonna just try to fucking get out there. So then she tried to go out there, and they were trying to push her back in, and she was screaming. That's what she was screaming for. She was like, no, let me out. Like she was trying to get the fuck out the house, and they wouldn't let those 2 black girls wouldn't let her out the house. So when she came out on one side and she was trying to get out, and she was like trying to push her way through, the other girl that was on the other side went to where she was and tried to help her push her back in the fucking house and close the door and then stay outside with her. So then when that happened, and they actually pushed her back inside, and they kept standing, they stood right in front of both doors. There's one door, 17, and there's another door at 19. And those doors, they were standing right in front of those doors trying to keep her from leaving. So then after I heard that shit, I was like, yo, is that my fucking girl? I literally turned around, went back up the street again. And this time I'm looking at the chick. I look across the street before that, and then I look at the chick, the first chick at the 19. And I kept walking, looked at the building and the windows on the left side to the apartment building that used to be, I don't know if it still is, but it used to be the crack spot, dope spot, place where they used to bring all the prostitutes and all that shit. That's where they used to do all that shit across the street on Elliott. So then I kept walking, right? And I get to the other, the other doorway where the other chick was, and I look at that chick, and I'm looking hard because I'm like, this chick knows me. The way that she's looking at me, the way that they both looked at me, they looked at me like they knew me. And I'm like, these chicks do look familiar. And I started thinking, and as soon as I got to the corner, as soon as I got to the chick at the 17, that's when I realized, I was like, yo, that chick and the other chick are the chicks that used to go next door, and they used to be next door, and they used to bring their kids when my girl used to try to fight them all to keep, to keep them from trying to rape her or to get the fuck out, and they wouldn't let her out. So when I figured that shit out, I was like, wait, if that's 17, I didn't even look at what the other number was. I looked to the right, I noticed that was a higher number, and I looked at the number, the next number, and I noticed it was like 15 or some shit. I was like, if that's 15, this is 17, that gotta be 19. And I was like, that's what it is. So then I made a post and I said all that shit. Next thing you know, the feds pull up, the motherfucking police pull up. Niggas get arrested. But this nigga was hiding. This nigga was hiding in the fucking back of the house. And Amir, he was Polo G. He was hiding in the back of the house, trying to make sure he didn't get fucking caught. So when they showed up, they tried to make it seem like, oh no, it's just us here, and that's what it was. That's what they looked at. So then all of them got arrested, right? And when I say they called him, he did have a phone. They called it when they called him from, you know, jail when they got arrested. So I remind you, they all got arrested when they got arrested. This is what happened. So they all got arrested. They all got put on a lie detector test. And you know that same bullshit sob story, the same bullshit, oh yeah, we're good people, we go to church, we do this, we do that. All that bullshit they always talking about, they actually do. They were put on a lie detector test and asked all those questions about all the shit that they're always telling everybody. And they failed that fucking lie detector test. Every single one of them failed that lie detector test. All of them did. The mother, the fucking father, the fucking brothers, all of them. Even Amir. They all, but the thing is, when he failed that lie detector test, and I mentioned it, people started looking at that. They're like, hold on, he failed that lie detector test. They said if he failed that shit, he probably said the same shit his parents are always saying because they lie together. So then when they sat there and they fucking realized that shit, and they all got arrested, and then they took the lie detector test and they all failed that shit, people started looking at that shit like, yo, hold on, no bond. They're all involved in that shit. They're all accomplices in this situation with Amir Jones, also known as Polo G. They all looked at that shit and they was like, yo, hold on, they're all involved in that shit. And that's exactly what it was. They said no bond. The reason why they got out was because when they called, the reason why they got out was because when they called this nigga, her son, the one that didn't get caught because he was all the way in the back, hiding in the house. When they called him, they called him from jail. They didn't know who they called, but that's who they called. It was like, yeah, we're here, we're no bond, blah blah blah, whatever. And he was like, do what I did to get out of jail. And he was like, what? Say that the cop that arrested you was a crooked cop, blah blah blah, whatever. And they were like, I don't think that's gonna work. And they're like, how you think it's not gonna work? That's what I did to get out of jail. Look at me, I'm here now. And they thought about it and they was like, fuck it, let's do it. So then they sat there, right? Think about it, they sat there, they said that shit. After they said that shit, after they said all that shit, they said, oh yeah, you're good people, blah blah blah, you go to church, you do this and that. Like there's nothing that bothers me more than somebody that tries to use going to church or being a person of the Lord and all that shit as a fucking, you know, get out of trouble card. Because at the end of the day, you can't, what you think, because you go to church or because you donate something, people don't fucking commit crimes? There's people that were priests that got caught for sexually harassing somebody and they still went to fucking jail. They probably still in jail right now. Think about that. You don't think because you donate something to certain people, or just because you tell somebody you donate something, or you tell somebody you go to church, automatically just because of that. Nigga, I go to church too. I'm Catholic too. But I still got harassed by the fucking police all the fucking time back in the days when we was ripping and running them streets. Nigga, I was Catholic, I was going to church, but they still harassed the fucking shit out of us. Think about that. Don't fucking sit there trying to think because you do something, right? Or because you go to church, or because you've donated something before, that you can use that as a fucking get out of fucking trouble card and use that shit and get away with whatever the fuck you got going on. And then for those that try to say, oh, we're religious people and this and that, you think because you sit there and you quote the Bible and all this shit and you pray and all this shit, you think because of that and the fact that you sit there and you say, oh, I repent, blah blah blah, you know, blah blah blah, whatever, the Lord to forgive me for my sins and forgive so and so for their sins and blah. You think because you do that you're gonna be saved? Let me tell you something. When people ask for forgiveness and it has to do with church, and even when you're just praying to God it's alone, you don't keep sitting and expect to be forgiven because you keep asking for it. Because at the end of the day, when you're still sinning and you're asking for forgiveness, but right after you ask for forgiveness, you go back to sinning as soon as you finish praying, you're going to fucking hell. If the police get you, you're going to jail. If people find out what you're doing, you're gonna get killed. And those are the fucking facts, regardless if you like it or not. And like I said before, once one person get killed, it's either gonna open your eyes to stop fucking around and stop doing what you're doing, or what's gonna happen is you're gonna fucking look at the situation and you would think you got an advantage on shit, right? And you know what's gonna happen in the end? Your entire family's gonna get killed. Think about that. The police, FBI, they're gonna look the other way. They already made that shit clear. You think for 1 second somebody's gonna get arrested on your behalf when you're sitting there making false accusations, saying your son threatened and blah blah blah? Think about something. Because at the end of the day, when you sit there at the end of the day and ask people, when you sit there and you tell people, oh, you did, this person did this and this person did that, oh, this person threatened my son, this and that. You sitting there saying your son threatened somebody, but when they looking at your video footage and they hearing all the shit that you're saying, there's no sound in the video. So everybody's believing what you're saying because you're just speaking to them about what's going on, because there's no sound. But when you look at my live, oh, there's a lot of sound. You hear everything. You hear when the fucking fat black nigga came outside. You hear when the mother came outside. You hear when the dad came outside. You hear all that shit. But yet, you still think you're gonna get away with this shit. You're not. You still think, oh, nobody, trust me. People gonna find out. And when people find out, you ain't gonna like that shit. Because people are gonna see the truth for what everything really is. And when you sit there trying to act like nobody, is gonna give a fuck, trust me, that's when everybody's gonna give a fuck. People are realizing the fucking truth about shit. People are starting to see shit for what it is. People aren't starting to see y'all for the people that y'all really are. You try to certain motherfuckers try to sit there and say, I was a rat. And I'm sitting there like, dude, first of all, where's the paperwork at that shows I'm a rat? That's the first thing. Secondly, aside from the paperwork that's showing and saying I'm a rat, right? Understand something. Every time something was going wrong, they sat there trying to make false accusations about shit to throw me under the bus to get me out the picture. Because every time I would talk to my girl, I would sit there and talk to her, and I'm like, yo, what the fuck are you talking about? Because she starts tripping on me. So then when I sit there and I explain everything to her and she sees exactly what it is, and I show her, she's like, whoa, hold on, I was wrong. So then she gets on the same page with me, and as soon as she gets on the same page with me, she's acting funny with them. So then when that happens, they're like, fuck, and then they sit at the table. They sit, this is the dining room table is where they sit. They sit there and they have discussions about all this shit. Or what we gonna do next? Or what we gotta do something to get rid of this nigga. That's the conversation that they all had together. They sat there, they're like, yo, I just did everything that I had to do and I had control of her, and now all of a sudden I gotta do that shit all over because this nigga done fucking said something to her, and I gave her that fucking phone and let her fucking talk, and she was talking to this nigga and she did this and said this and said that. So then they started fishing for something, and then they said, you know what, remember that video from a couple days ago? This is the conversation they had. They said, yo, let's call and then make a false report about that shit. Say, oh yeah, he did this, we're scared and blah blah blah, whatever, we get him arrested and blah blah blah, whatever, right? They call the police, they say all that shit, the police show up. They're like, oh, well, they're talking about they're scared and blah blah. I'm like, first of all, how you gonna be scared about a situation that happened days ago? When you get in a situation, the people that call you for these calls, they call right then and there. They don't call days later. Like, who the fuck does that? Yeah, let's say somebody gets robbed, right? Like, picture this. This is an example. Picture somebody getting robbed, right? Yeah, they're gonna call you 2 days. They're gonna call you 2 days after they get robbed. Oh yeah, we got robbed. 2 days. So why don't you call the day that you got robbed? You had a better chance getting them. Them niggas are probably in Cuba right now, and you sitting there. Think about that. And then I fucking sat there the next day I was like, I told the cop, I was like, first of all, my girl's the one that's next door over there getting raped and beat, and I'm sitting there trying to help. And the only reason they're saying and making accusations is because they're trying to get me out the picture so they can control my bitch and do whatever the fuck they want with her. That's the facts. And I sat there and I said that shit, and I sat there and I explained it to them, and I'm like, the cop wasn't even gonna disagree with me. I had a hickey on my fucking neck from my girl. Think about that. Niggas was trying to make it seem like, you know, like I was crazy, and the cop was looking at them like they were crazy, because the cop looked at me, they like, yo, this nigga even got a hickey on his fucking neck, my nigga. Took photos and posted that shit all over the fucking internet, nigga. Everybody sees those photos with the hickeys, nigga. Think about that. That's how good I fucked my girl. She gave me a fucking hickey, nigga. Think about that. Aside from that, when they said whatever they said and they ended up getting out, I want you to understand something. They said what they said, and whatever happened, and the people that got out. But something else happened recently. I don't know what happened recently. I'm not worried about it, but at the end of the day, that's when I heard that this nigga, you know, was dead. And if that's what it is, I don't wish death upon nobody. But at the end of the day, I'm glad, because they didn't do nothing but beat the shit out of women and terrorize them and rape them and force them to do shit they didn't want to do. These are not the people you want to fucking have sympathy for or give a fuck about, because they don't give a fuck about you either. The second you do something that jeopardizes what they're doing or what they got going on, they're coming for you. And they're not holding back. They're calling police. They doing this. They doing that. And it got to the point that they were constantly calling the police, and the police were like, "Can you prove this? Can you prove that?" And the police is sitting there like, if you can't prove that shit, stop tying up our lines and calling us about dumb shit, because you can't prove something, and there's people that actually can prove stuff that are sitting there in need of our fucking assistance, and you're abusing our authority because you're fishing for something. And that's something I even told the cop too. I told the cop too. I was like, yo, they sitting there saying all that shit, they scared or something, but how you scared about a situation that happened days ago and y'all saw that shit the day it happened? Think about that. They saw it the very moment it happened. And then prior to the fact that they saw that shit the moment it happened, they wouldn't fucking sit there and post scared 2 days later. Who the fuck does that? But the whole time y'all were talking shit about me to my girl. The whole time. Before that, and before the live, their son used to be talking mad shit. Oh, wait till I see that nigga. I'm gonna whoop that nigga ass. I'm gonna stab that nigga. I'm gonna shoot that nigga. I'm gonna shoot that nigga in the leg. I'm gonna shoot that nigga in the back. I'm gonna stab that nigga in the back. I'm gonna shoot that nigga in the head and leave his temple leaking. Blah, 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 blah. They saying all this shit. And then the day that I fucking actually see him, it took him 2 years to show his face. And then he's gonna show, not only is he gonna show his face, right? But then he gonna try to fucking flip the shit on me and make it seem like I threatened. I'm like, dude, first of all, if you weren't gonna do anything, you should have, the same way Pinky and everybody that saw that video, the cops, FBI, people I know, people I don't know, anybody that saw that video, they said, damn nigga, if you wasn't gonna fucking do nothing, you should have kept your bitch ass in the fucking car, because you made yourself look stupid. Not only did he make himself look stupid, but I called him a rapist. That was the first thing I said. I said, nigga, you raping my, he's like, yo, what's good, yo, you got a problem? He said, so what's good? I said, yeah, nigga, I do. You raping my bitch, nigga? He choked when I said that. You know, he was like trying to sit there and respond and talk all this shit, but then niggas started looking at that shit like, dude, he called you a rapist. He called you a woman beater. He called you a baby killer because his girl was pregnant with his baby. Y'all beat the fucking shit out of her and killed his fucking kid that he was about to have with her, and he told you that in your fucking face. You didn't even cover your own ass or your family ass for that matter. And then on top of that, not only did he do that, but then everybody else came out and nobody said nothing about that. Nobody tried to defend themselves. Everybody sitting there trying to go back and say, go this, do this. Like, they trying to back him off, but at the same time, they're not holding him back. They're just talking to him. And then the big fat black nigga grabbed him and he fucking moved him. He picked him up and he put him on the fucking how do you call it? He put him in front of the fucking stairs in front of their house. So then he's sitting there, he's talking. You can hear him in the live, and he's talking to him. He's like, "Yo, don't fucking do that to me. Yo, don't fucking grab me and shit like that. Yo, don't do this." Like, that's what he was saying to him. And I'm sitting there and I'm looking at this shit. I'm like, and if you don't know what live I'm talking about, go to my fucking IG. Dub.AR. D as in dog, U as in umbrella, B as in boy, period, A as in apple, R as in red. Dub.AR. The first one. That's where you're gonna find a live. And when you look, I'm gonna be wearing red glasses when the video starts, and it's gonna say 18 minutes. And when you do, skip to like 10, 11. When you see me recording, when you see me pointing the camera at a fucking house and in a car, and you see a van next to the car, think about that. They try to flip that whole shit on me and say, "Oh, I did this and I did that." But think about something. When I left in the beginning, when I started the live, I walked down the street. His car was in the driveway. His car was literally in the driveway, and because I went live and he saw the notification on a fake account that he had, right? Because he was following me on a fake account. He thought I didn't know that shit, but I did. Peep the fly shit though. So when he got that notification and saw I went live, he popped in that shit for a second. And then after he popped in, he saw where I was. He got in the car, backed his car up, parked that shit in front of his house because he knew he had a camera there. Then tried to fucking sit there and set up the whole shit and waited for me in the car until I was fucking coming back. Imagine if he would have hopped out the car before I even got to the house. Think about that. Nobody speaks on that, but think about that. Because at the end of the day, that shit could have happened too. There was another time that I was walking back and he had his car parked in front of where the camera couldn't reach. So then I'm walking back and then the car is sitting there and I'm like, fuck, I got a long way until I get to my fucking house and his car's right there. I was thinking about that, but I still kept going. Like, I'm not scared, I'm not gonna fucking stop, but you got me fucked up. I'm not no sucker ass nigga. I kept walking. He was in the car the whole time. He never got out the car. Then, mind you, this other time that I'm talking about, this time in the live, when I sat there and said he wasn't in the his car was parked in the driveway. While his car was parked in the driveway, when he seen that I went live and I was walking and talking with my camera, he parked his car in the front intentionally to fucking stop me and fuck with me. When he saw me coming back after I went, you know, the way that I went for my walk, when I came back and he saw that shit, he sat there and was debating if he was gonna hop out, just randomly hop out. So then I started talking and I started was like letting everybody know that could watch the live. I was like, yeah, this is the house. This is 140, 145, you know what I'm saying? 145, 147, Bond, you know what I'm saying? So I'm sitting there pointing the camera at that shit, right? And I started pointing at the fucking car. And I started walking to the car. I'm like, yeah, this is that car. You know, this is the car that nigga drive, blah, 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 whatever. And I had this shit on the plate. And that's when he opened the door. When I heard the door open, I stopped looking at my camera because I was looking at my camera when all that shit, when I was pointing at the fucking car and shit. So I lifted my head up. I seen the door open. And he was like, yo, what's good? But you gotta understand something. When he opened the door, he was still in the car. When he first started talking, this is what happened. He opened the door and he was still in the car talking shit. He said, yo, what the fuck is good? And the door was open, but he was still in the car. When I saw that, that's when you see the camera, like, you can't really see anything because I grabbed the camera and I was going to the sidewalk because at the end of the day, I was in the street. And if he would have got out the car and started approaching me, I could have been trying to back up and I could have easily tripped. So I was like, let me go plant my feet. And as soon as I planted my feet, and he was like, yo, what's good? You got a problem? What's good? I was like, yeah, nigga, I do. I didn't even hesitate to say that shit. As soon as he said, yo, what's good? You got a problem? I said, yeah, I do. You raping my bitch, nigga? Like, I got straight to the fucking point. Think about that. I said that. I said he was a woman beater, a baby killer because he killed my. I said, nigga, you killed my bitch's kid, and that was my kid, my nigga. He didn't say nothing about that shit. Like, you gotta understand something. Some people might look at it a certain way because I got quiet, but when I got quiet, you don't understand. The average nigga that sit there and say, oh, he got quiet, he choked because he got quiet. No, that's where you wrong. When I got quiet, I've been in that situation, nigga. I've been jumped 3 times. I got jumped by 2 people one time, and I'm cool with them motherfuckers, like real cool with them niggas. That's from my old neighborhood. I got jumped by 7 niggas. I got cool with them niggas after that. I got in a fucking situation, and I got jumped by Styles and Joel's, which was 2 of the niggas that was part of the situation that happened 2 years ago that had to do with this entire situation, because before they were doing all this shit, him, 40, Poe, and Joel were the ones that were doing this shit in the beginning. And then when I started getting them niggas out the picture, he thought he was gonna take over, and then that's why he was trying to be friends with them niggas. And the fat black nigga tried to link up with Styles one day and jump me on Halloween last year. And Pinky was like, yo, I got a shot. You want me to shoot this nigga? And he was like, nah, it's all peace. It's all peace. It's all love. I ain't got no issue with him, blah, blah, blah. As soon as he said that, and I was on the phone with her, and I had my mask on, I was about to go outside. But then when she said, like, yo, I got a shot. You want me to take it? I'm right there, I got one on him right now. I was like, when he said, nah, it's all peace. It's all love. It's all peace. I was like, nah, leave him. Pinky's a fucking fed, my nigga. She would have shot that nigga. Even if she wasn't a fed, even if she wasn't a cop, she would have got away with that shit. Think about something. Every police officer knows about my situation right now. Every fed knows about my situation right now. When shit happens and people are getting killed now, I made it clear. I say, yo, when shit happens, because y'all didn't do y'all fucking job right in the beginning, and people getting killed, and you see bodies dropping and bodies laying around and shit, look the other way. Because at the end of the day, this whole situation is happening because y'all didn't do y'all fucking job and lock these niggas up and keep them behind bars. And because of that, that's why all that shit happening. So I sit there and I'm like, yo, let's start talking about everything. And I try to get motherfuckers to understand, like, I've never been a problematic person. Like, you gotta understand something. This dude had a record with the name that he gave him. When they fingerprinted him, his name his fingerprint brought up a whole different name. And when his fingerprint brought up a whole different name, it brought up Polo G's real name. And that nigga's entire fucking record was longer than his fucking arm. And on top of that, the name that he gave him, Amir Jones, had a fucking record too, but it wasn't as big. And when they saw that, that's when it was like, no bond. Plus conspiracy to commit a murder. Oh yeah. Ian raping bitches, beating them, all that shit. Oh yeah. He was going down. They wasn't letting him out. They wasn't gonna let any of them out. And because he sat there and tricked them and made them think one cop was crooked than the other, and they really weren't. They were just both doing their job. Think about that. Those was cops in Newington. Both of those cops were actually just cops doing their fucking job. So when he said that shit to that cop and he made them turn on each other, he's like, yeah, I got out. But in reality, he fucked himself over because now somebody got his ass. He was gonna get killed in these streets, or he was gonna get killed in prison. Either way, niggas made it clear he was about to get killed, period. There was no him getting out of that shit. And I said it in the live last time, and I made it real fucking clear. He get killed, y'all can either stop this shit and go on a new path, or y'all can get killed just like he did. But at the end of the day, even when bodies turn up, the police and the feds and anybody in law enforcement are gonna look the other fucking way, because they know that this situation happened because of them. And when they try to bring shit up on me, dude, you gonna listen to somebody who lying, who failed the lie detector test, who has a record longer than his arm, who gave y'all a whole different name, and the only reason he gave y'all a different name is because his record was longer than his fucking arm, and he fucking sat there, changed his fucking name, because when he gave y'all a different name, there was no record, so he started making a record with that name. So then when he got arrested on that name, but then all of a sudden they fingerprinted him, brought up his old shit, he was fucked. It was a rap after that. Think about that. Because at the end of the day, that's exactly what the fuck happened. And a lot of people don't understand, and they thought, oh, he making shit up and he's saying this and all that shit that he's saying is not true. No, police officers even made it fucking clear. There was certain police officers that didn't know because they weren't present, but then when those cops came across the ones that actually did find out, they're like, no, everything that they always telling everybody, oh, we donate food, we donate this, we do that, we go to church, we do this, and we're good people, we don't do nothing bad, that's all bullshit. They all got asked all those questions. Everything that they're always telling everybody, they all got questioned and asked about that shit on the lie detector test. They all failed that shit, all of them. That's why they were gonna give them no bond, plus being an accomplice, an accomplice in conspiracy to committing a murder, because they knew that he was about to go to the fucking turnpike where I was. That's being an accomplice to conspiracy. That's being an accomplice to conspiracy to committing a murder. Think about that. Think about that, because that's really what happened. That's really what it is. I should be a fucking lawyer, nigga, cause yo, I would be the best fucking lawyer in the world, my nigga. No fucking cap, my nigga. No fucking cap at all. But nah, all bullshit aside, nigga, that's why I sat there and I tell everybody everything, because when people start looking at shit and they start finding out shit from certain people that actually know shit, they start realizing I never lied about anything. Me and that girl been fucking with each other for over 30 years. That nigga was sitting there telling people, oh yeah, that's my wife, blah blah blah. I'm like, nigga, how is that? And I keep saying it, I was saying it in my life. I'm like, dude, how is that your wife when I've been with her for 3 decades, nigga? We first met in preschool, right? Peep the shit. We first met in preschool. We were each other's first. We started fucking with each other in middle school. Prior to the fact we was fucking with each other in middle school. We got together when we did. We was together for a minute. Every fucking day we was by each other's side. We've gone to Six Flags. We used to go to school together, catch the bus together. We used to be on the bus every day together in fucking middle school. Think about all of this shit that I'm saying, nigga. Everything is true. Prior to the fact that's what it was, like, I never lied about nothing. You're gonna sit there and say I lied, but I never lied about nothing. You talking about you listening to somebody who tells you they gave back, but I have proof that I gave back. I gave back to the community. I was part of the Puerto Rican festival staff, and I volunteered to do that shit. I wasn't doing it because I was getting paid for it. I didn't give a fuck about getting paid. And you gotta understand, yeah, we're keeping the fucking we're keeping the parade and you know, each section in the parade, we're keeping them together. But another thing that we was doing was making sure nobody went into the VIP section that wasn't supposed to. Another thing we was doing was keeping the festival in order. Another thing that we was doing was, after everybody was done and the festival was over and everybody threw their fucking garbage all over that field, we had to pick that shit up. And I did that shit more than once. And I was gonna do it this year too, but then I had all this situation going on. I really couldn't do it, so I didn't. But think about that. That's giving back to the community. When I go down the street and I got money on me and there's somebody asking me for a quarter or for $1, I help them. And when they ask me for a quarter, I give them $1. If I got change, let's say I got a pocket full of change, right? And they ask me for a quarter, I take out all my fucking change and give it to them. Think about that. When I sit there and I have change, when I sit there and somebody asks me for change, they're like, yo, can I get a quarter? I really dig in my pocket. If I got a quarter, I give it to them. If I got 10 cents, I give it to them. If I got anything, I give it to them. But if I dig in my pocket and I got nothing but mad change, I give them all the change. I don't give a fuck about that. It's change. When somebody asks me for $1, sometimes I give them $1. If I got it, sometimes I give them more than $1. It depends on my situation. It depends if I got it at the moment. And at the same time, the other day, some chick came up to me, yo, I'll sell you an all-day bus pass for $3. And I was thinking about it. I was like, is it used? She's like, no, it's not used. And I was like, alright, well, how much you said? She said $3. It was like $3, that's it? She was like, yeah, that's it. I was like, here. I gave her $4 instead of $3. Think about that. This is the same nigga you saying is this horrible ass person. I don't have no criminal record. If I apply right now to be a cop, When I was 13, I went to the police academy. Think about that. I really did. Te lo juro. I went to the police academy with the person that's the lieutenant of the police department right now. So imagine if, instead of doing everything that I did and all this music shit and being in the streets and all that shit, imagine if the road I would have took was being a cop. Imagine how many people I would have locked up and how much shit I would have did for the actual community, and how many people I would have saved their lives and did mad shit. Think about that. Because the same way the lieutenant is the lieutenant of the police department, I probably would have been right underneath him, because I was in the fucking police academy with him when he was a cadet. Think about that. But yet you want to fucking sit there and listen to people that never did anything good for anybody in a day in their life. I have a friend. She has an amputated leg. So that means that she has one leg, and the other one is like cut off. I fucking go to the store for her whenever the fuck she asks me to. But because of everything that's been going on, I haven't really been going like I normally do. But I went yesterday. I was like, yo, you need me to go to the store? Yeah, sure. So alright, I went to the store for her. I didn't have to. It's not my job. But I did. Because that's the kind of person that I am. Somebody say, yo, can you help me with this? Yeah, sure. I see somebody moving shit. Let's say somebody's unloading a U-Haul truck and they're moving into a place. Yo, do you need help? The people that used to live across the street, in the house across the street, they were fucking moving in. I was like, yo, you need me to help you? I was like, I'll help you, it's not a problem. They're like, yeah, sure. I helped them move shit in. I didn't have to. I chose to. Think about that. I've done that for mad different people, and I didn't ask for anything in return. And if they gave me something, they gave me something. But majority of the time, I would try not to take it. But if they say, "Oh, come on, just take it. You helped me. I really appreciate it," and I'll take it. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be disrespectful or rude by not taking something that they're offering me because I helped them. There was somebody. I was walking down Franklin, right? There was somebody. I was actually coming down Bushnell. And when I was coming down Bushnell, I turned on Franklin, and there was somebody pushing a fucking car. And I looked at him. I didn't even hesitate. As soon as I seen him, I was like, yo, you need me to help you move that shit? He was like, fuck yeah. So I got behind the fucking car, just like, and dude hopped in. You know, there was two dudes. One was on the other side, and I was on the other side, and then dude hopped in the fucking driver's seat and started steering and shit. And we pushed that shit and put that shit so he could park it on Franklin. Come on, man. You talking about somebody who actually does shit for the community, who actually helps people that he don't know. And these people that I helped out, I don't even know. The one person that I helped out that I really did know was that person. And another person that I help out anytime that I fucking go to the store and I got money on me, I be like, yo, what's good, my nigga OG? He's like, nah, just chilling, my hobby, you know, had surgery, this and that, whatever. I stayed in touch with my fucking boy, OG, because he's going through surgery and shit, and he was going through all this shit, and he had to get a brace off, he had to get this metal shit off his leg, all this shit, mad shit he was going through. And I was like, yo, keep me in touch, let me know what's going on. He told me about something that was going on with my peoples, and I'm like, oh shit, because we know all the same people. Impact, 40, me, Slick, Sweet, we all know each other. We all used to chill with each other at that park, just chilling, just enjoying ourselves, having a beer, having a cigarette if we smoke, you know what I'm saying, just enjoying ourselves, having a good time. Thinking about that, it made me think, you know what I'm saying, rest in peace my nigga Impact, you know what I'm saying, but it made me think, because I never acted funny with anybody that I fuck with. So then when I started acting funny with somebody that acted funny with me first, some people just knew that this nigga faked his death. Some people knew that this nigga 40 faked his death. Some people didn't know that shit. I knew that shit because when there was a fake funeral driving down the street, he was behind that fucking shit. One, he was in a car driving behind that entire funeral. And the only reason I know that is because he put the window down when he was driving by, because he wanted me to see him. And then when he did, I was like, okay. He was just smiling and nodding his head. And every time I would drop new music, even to this day after the situation, he'll still play my shit. I'll be like, yo, that's my fucking dog. And he knows to this day that me and him, we done. And he's forever in debt to me. And he even made it clear himself. I may never fix my friendship with this nigga and never be friends with him again, but I'm gonna spend the rest of my life trying to make that shit up to him. If I gotta do this, I'm gonna do this. If I can do that, I'm gonna do that. But he's trying to, but then at the same time, I gotta address certain things, and I gotta put certain things out there. I gotta put business out there. I gotta tell everybody that's involved. And I made it clear. I was like, dude, I know you don't want me to say this shit, but I gotta say it because I gotta let everybody know everything that's involved and everybody that's involved in everything that's going on. Because if I don't, think about that. That could fall back on me, and I'm not gonna let that shit happen. I gotta be there for my son. I gotta be there for my dogs. I gotta be there for my mom. I gotta be there for my family. I gotta be there for my fucking girls. So I'm not going nowhere. Think about that. And I'm gonna fucking put that shit out there. And if you got a problem with it, deal with it. Because everybody that's fucking with me, everybody on my side, you already know ain't nobody in my team fucking around. This nigga used to come to me for advice when his crew used to have issues with him, because he got in a fight one time with Poe. Some people don't know that shit. They got in a fight in the North End about some shit, because Poe didn't know that I was the one that he was trying to fucking set up. And then once he figured that shit out, they ended up fighting. But at the same time, when 40 started laying more off of the dust, because he was on the dust, and that's what had his head fucked up the most. When he started realizing what he was doing and how bad he fucked up, he started falling back. He's like, yo, what the fuck am I doing? This is my dog. That nigga still owes me $50, because he was like, yo, let me get $50. You know I'm good for it. I was like, all right, bang. I gave him $50, right? Cash. No Cash App. No bullshit. I gave it to him through Cash App. I think the second time I gave it to him cash. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Anyways, so I gave him the $50. You know, a couple of days went by, he paid me back, and then after that, he asked me for another $50 again a couple of days later. So I was like, you good for it? You paid me back already? Yeah. He never paid me back that other $50. So I was just like, okay. I ain't worried about it. It's just $50. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I was always there for that nigga. And when I sat there one time and I was live and he hopped in my live, and I knew it was him. He was sitting there watching it, and I broke shit down, and I was like, yo, that nigga had never had a friend like me. And then when I sat there and said, you couldn't talk about Unified Blocks without talking about me, Paul, Juniel, all these motherfuckers wanted to get mad. And I'm like, nigga, first of all, how the fuck y'all niggas get mad when in the beginning none of y'all niggas were around? None of y'all. If y'all were around in the beginning like y'all say, then what the fuck was y'all when me and this nigga had a fucking show at the fucking Webster Theater on the big stage, and we had a 45-minute set, and we had tickets in our fucking name, in our group name, that said Doughboys, nigga? Where was y'all niggas then? Where was y'all niggas when we was on Park Street performing at my bar? Because the place that was my bar is a restaurant now, but before it was a club, and DJ Cowboy used to DJ there. And DJ Cowboy used to live across the street from motherfucking Webster Theater. And I used to see that nigga's blue Navigator with the rims and the fucking tints, and the fucking side of it said Dub on the fucking side all the fucking time. But yet, y'all were around? If that's the case, when I got jumped, why weren't y'all there to help him? Because when I got jumped, he was fucking with Tasha. I used to chill with that nigga and Tasha all the fucking time. And Lonnie, because Lonnie is Tasha's fucking daughter. Like, come on, my nigga. You really trying to sit there and act like I don't know this shit? Like I don't know these people? I know his fucking mom. I know her, the mother's boyfriend. The one that died. I know all of them. Mikey, that was his name. We called him Pops. Even one of our customers that bought weed off of us all the time, they called him Pops too. Because that's what everybody called him. Come on, my nigga, let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck, my nigga. Niggas talking about I ain't done shit, nigga. I done shit. I don't like talking about shit that I did. But I like to fucking make a nigga look stupid though. Especially when they try to make me look stupid. So think about that. Because at the end of the day, y'all weren't around for those shows. When me and 40 got asked to be Latin King members on fucking Orange Street by superiors of Latin Kings, y'all niggas weren't around for that. So what the fuck is y'all niggas talking about? Y'all niggas just trying to glorify yourselves and make yourselves look bigger than what y'all really is. Why? Because you're jealous that I haven't been local since 2016. And since 2016, I've been getting played on the radio in Las Vegas. While your ass was sitting here, oh, I'm on Hot 93.7. You're still considered local, nigga. Because that's a local radio station. I was getting played in a whole different fucking state on the other side of the country. And they were playing my music in over 90 different countries. So what the fuck is you talking about, nigga? Motherfuckers can go to Dubai, my nigga. Dubai. Niggas can go to Dubai, be like, yo, you know this nigga Dub.AR? They'll go crazy. They say, yeah, I love that nigga music. Yo, home hard. They love me out there. They love me in UK. They love me in fucking China, Tokyo, India. They love me out there. That's what you're not understanding. You sit there, listen to all these fucking fabricated ass stories, nigga. Start listening to the truth. You know what they say, nigga, the truth will set you free. But in your case, the truth will just lock you and your family up. Or it'll fuck around and get you killed. One or the other, but those are the only two things that's ever gonna happen. And you think, nigga, whether it had anything to do with anybody in my crew, or me, or anybody outside of my crew, or me, or anybody that knows me, or knows my girl, or knows of us, nobody's gonna look into it, because at the end of the day, the only reason everything that was happening is happening, everything that's going on is going on because y'all didn't understand when Shorty said no, it means no. Not to mention, because y'all raped her, we warned all of y'all, and y'all still wanted to force yourselves on her, right? So y'all ended up getting 2 STDs. So you know how stupid y'all niggas look now? Oh, I don't got shit. Go see a fucking doctor, go get a physical. And if you still don't got something yet, go in a couple more months. I guarantee within those 2 visits, you're gonna have something. And when you do, if you don't, by then you're gonna have something. And when you do, you're gonna fucking feel stupid, because that's when you're gonna really get fucking locked up, because they're gonna be like, dude, you have that. Because that's gonna be on record now. You're gonna try to find a private doctor to give you a physical. That's still, oh, this, no, it's confidential information. They can't disclose that shit to anybody. If a police officer says that shit's part of an investigation, and if they don't give that information to them, they could be tampering with an they could be fucking with an investigation. You think they're not gonna give them that information? They're not gonna try to get arrested for you. You don't got that much love in these streets. You not, niggas, motherfuckers don't know you. Niggas don't know of you, dude. Before 22 years ago, nigga, I lived on Capitol Ave, nigga. Everybody knows me out there. Nigga, when I go over there fresh, and when I be over there, nigga, everybody remembers me. They say, yo, that's my nigga, yo, that's that nigga right there. Yo, that's the nigga that does music. Yo, that's the nigga that used to live over there on the other side. Yo, that nigga family crazy. Niggas remember me. One of the biggest reasons some people didn't fuck with us, I'm not saying everybody, but the reason why some people didn't fuck with us, they knew my family didn't fuck around. They knew my family didn't play. They knew there was police officers in my family. You think niggas don't have to fucking sit there and put on fake uniforms and try to make themselves seem like cops. I really got motherfuckers in my family who are cops. I got 4 brothers, and all of them are cops. All of them. And not one of them is a crooked cop. Not one of them. I got a lieutenant of the police department that's in my family out here. And they're in charge of the police department out here. Yeah, they get orders from the general or the colonel, whoever's in charge. But at the end of the day, that lieutenant is the one that's telling people what fucking jobs they're gonna fucking do, what places they're gonna go, what places they're going to patrol. And when are they gonna patrol, what times, all that shit. That's who does that. Think about that. On top of that, Pinky from my crew is a Fed. Tiffany from my crew is a Fed. Tiffany's always been a Fed. Pinky used to be a cop before she was a Fed. But before she was a cop and before Tiffany was a Fed, they were just regular gangster ass bitches. And they did some wild shit in their days. And the reason that they even got the offers to be part of them organizations was because they saw how crazy them bitches were. And they wanted that on their fucking team because that meant they were gonna be unfucking stoppable like they are. Now think about that. You really think for 1 second anybody's listening to any of the bullshit you said? Ain't nobody listening to the bullshit of any of these motherfuckers next door, or anybody helping the motherfuckers, including the motherfuckers across the street that live on the 2nd floor. Even dumb motherfuckers on the left side. Even dumb motherfuckers and the 3rd floor on top of that, on the left side too. Not the 3rd floor on the right side, the 3rd floor on the left side. The 3rd floor on the right side, they good people. But the ones on the left help the ones underneath them that are on the left side on the 2nd floor. They help each other out. Think about that. Because that's what it is. Now when you sit there and you think people ain't gonna listen to me, first of all, I never lied. Second, I help people. Third, I give back to the community. Fourth, I give people I don't know my help. Fifth, I help people. I help people whether their car fucking stopped working, whether they need help moving the shit into the fucking truck or out of the truck into their house. I do shit like that. I look out for niggas even if I don't fucking have to. Even if I know that I can't, I still try to help people. I help people that have hard times walking around and doing shit. When my nigga OG was able to fucking drink again, I was like, yo, you could drink. He was like, I can only have a can, but I have it there. And I'm like, yo, here, I'll give OG money. I'm like, yo, here's a couple bucks, my nigga. I don't have to, but here, cause I don't show my face as much. So when I do show up and I have something on me, like, yo, here, here's a couple bucks. Get yourself a beer. Save that shit so when you need a beer, you can get it. I'm not saying that he's ever gonna need it, cause he always get his and he always got his. You know what I'm saying? So I don't really stress that shit, and he don't stress that shit either, because it just comes to him. But he doesn't overdo it either. You know what I'm saying? That's why I always look out for him. He's always been a good friend to me. He always look out. You know, he always, I asked OG for help one time long ago, years ago, and he gave me help. That nigga gave me, I was like, yo, can you let me borrow 20 bucks one time? And he actually let me borrow 20 bucks. I was like, yo, can you let me borrow 20 bucks if you got it? He was like, yeah, I got it, here. That nigga was going to fucking buy shit all the time. I didn't have to ask. But I felt like, damn, if I ask him and he actually can help me, that saves me the hassle of having to do all the shit I was thinking about doing in order to get it. And he did, and he helped me, and that was a blessing. That really helped. You know what I'm saying? Think about that. I get help and I help people in return. These motherfuckers, they never help nobody. Think about that. How many times you see them volunteer to do something that actually requires them to fucking put somebody else before them? Never. They say they donate. The lie detector test determined that wasn't true. They said they go to church. They really don't. Lie detector test showed that they don't. Think about that. If they were these innocent people, they wouldn't be allowing their fucking children or anybody in their fucking household or in their building to be raping or beating the shit out of any female. Because if I want you to understand something. If a random stranger sees a chick getting hit, right, and then they fucking quick to approach and defend that person because nobody else is around to see that or help them, you're in your house and you sit there, you hear it, you see it, all this violence and women's getting hit and raped and beat, and this is happening in your household, right? But you never comment on it, you never tell the police, but you want to fucking sit there and act like none of that shit is happening. But the lie detector determined that's a lie. That shit has happened. You told the police, oh, that nothing like that has ever been going on and shit like that, and that's a lie. Think about that. She knew, the mother, the father, they all knew about that shit. The brothers, they all knew about that shit because they were all part of it. Think about that. Lie detector test was asked them, the question on the lie detector test asked them if they all had anything to do with my girl getting raped and beat and all that shit, and this nigga being, you know, the one that was doing all the shit, and if they allowed it to happen, if they took part in that shit, all that shit. There was separate questions, and it was worded different, but those questions were still asked. And when they asked those questions, they all said, no, we didn't have nothing to do with that. No, we didn't know. No, there wasn't nothing like that going on, and blah, 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 whatever. The lie detector test proved that it was true. Everything that I said. And that they failed that lie detector test. So everything that I have ever said was true. And that everything that they told everybody, every little detail that they told everybody about donating, about going here, about going there, about doing this, going to church, all this shit, all that shit that they said, all of it wasn't true. All of it was lies. All of it was bullshit. That's what the lie detector test proved. That all that shit that they said was lies. So they told somebody, they spoke a good story. They sold everybody a dream because they made it seem like I was the one that was the bad person. But in reality, the lie detector test proved that they were the ones that were the bad ones. Nobody's looking at them niggas the same no more because they are wrong. They were wrong. They were all part of that shit. They knew about it, didn't tell the police about it, and allowed it to continue to happen. Instead of telling, and on top of that, they all lied to the police about it too. Think about that. They all lied to the police. So when I sit there and I mention everything and I'm sitting there and I'm talking about everything, it's because everything I said is true. And I have not lied to anybody about nothing. So I don't give a fuck what nobody say. Because at the end of the day, I did what I was supposed to do as my girl's fucking man. And I did everything I had to do to continue to be the person that my woman wanted me to be in her fucking life. So when she said that she loved me, I told her I love her. And when I told her I'm not letting her go, I meant that shit. And when I actually got pissed one day and I said, oh, fuck this bitch, fuck this shit, fuck that, I heard my girl one day and she was like, I can't let these niggas fuck up my relationship with him. I can't let that shit happen. I gotta fix this shit. I've invested too much fucking time of my life to fucking sit there and let this shit go. And when she said that, I was like, damn. I started thinking to myself, and I was like, yo, what if their whole fucking plan was to make me turn on her? So them raping her was part of getting me mad in order to get me out the picture. So when I started thinking about that, I was like, hold on. They're really doing that to try to get me out the picture. Like, hold up. So I started thinking about that shit. And I was like, oh shit. Then I hit my girl up. And I was like, babe, don't worry. I'm not gonna go nowhere. I heard you. I heard what you said. I'm not gonna go nowhere. I know they're trying to fucking sit there and make me turn on you in order to gain control of you and get you to do whatever the fuck you want and whatever they want you to do. And I'm not gonna let that shit happen. I love you, babe. Don't fucking worry about that shit. I'm not gonna leave your side. You told me you're not gonna fucking ever leave my side. You meant that shit. And you're really holding your end of the bargain. And I'm gonna fucking do the same. I promise you, I'm not going nowhere. Just remember, I can't have on my conscience, shit happening with these other girls and I don't really know what's going on. So I still gotta be in contact with them. I still gotta look out for them. I still wanna know what's going on with them. I still love them and I have love for them. But if I have to choose them or you, you know I'm gonna choose you every time, baby. I told my girl just like that and she knows that. It's me and babe, it's me and you for life. And if I'm lucky enough to get you and all of these women, then hey, that's our business. That's nobody else's business. Whether it's me and you and all of these other girls or just me and you, that's our business. That's nobody else's business. You don't gotta tell nobody our personal shit. That's our business. So don't fucking sit there and give nobody no information. Oh, we talking, or me and this person talk, or me, this person. Like, you don't gotta do that shit no more. That was when you were trying to throw that shit in their face in the beginning. It's been 2 years. It's time for this shit to come to an end. It's been too fucking long. This situation that I've been having with the people that started this shit and the people that I have, in total, all of those fucking groups of people in one time frame, The situation actually started in 2018, but the last 2 years has been the most dramatic shit that's been going on, where women getting beat and raped. Before, it was just niggas hating on me and shitting on my name. It went from niggas hating on me and shitting on my name to niggas jumping me to niggas trying to set me up because Def Jam was fucking with Poe, right? Def Jam was fucking with Poe before, and Poe and 40, and well, it's basically Poe. It wasn't 40, was just like the fucking cameraman and shit. Anyways, Def Jam was trying to get Poe to work with me. He didn't want to work with me, but then they kept asking him to work with me, and he said nah. And then eventually he said, you know what, you're either gonna choose him or you're gonna choose us. And if you're gonna choose us, we're not gonna fuck with him ever. So it's either us or him. And when Def Jam chose me and they hit me up, that was the same day all that shit happened. Police got called, all that shit, nigga. All that shit happened the same day. All that shit. Def Jam hit me up, and then when they hit me up, I didn't even get to pick up the call because everything that was going on, I didn't even know my phone rang. It took me 3 weeks to call them niggas back. And when I called them niggas back, I was like, yo, who's this? He was like, yo, this Dub? I was like, yeah, who's this? He's like, oh, this Blasey Blah from Def Jam. I was like, oh, word? He was like, yeah, I noticed you called. I was like, it was good. They're like, oh, we want you to open up for Young Jeezy and T.I. in Miami. I was like, wow, that's a real honor. Like, that's an opportunity and a half. And you gotta understand, like, for me to even have that type of opportunity was huge. Then I had my girls around, I had Barbie around, I had all these fucking females around, and they wanted to come with me too. And I told, when I finally got a chance to tell them about everything, they all would have came with me. All of them. And a lot of shit would have changed if I would have actually made it to fucking open up for them. But I never did, and I'm hoping that one day I could actually get another opportunity to have that and open up for them like I was supposed to in the beginning. Because after that happened, all the situation happened, and the situation never stopped. It was just going on day after day after day after day after day after day after day for 2 years straight right now, you know what I'm saying? So think about it. Since 2 years, every day has been a different situation going on. And that's really what's been keeping me from uploading so much music like I used to, because in 2 weeks of me uploading music, I uploaded 72 songs in 2 weeks. So imagine how much music I was actually doing. I was making beats. I was getting beats from a producer that was sending me beats, and I was getting the fucking rights for all those beats, and then I was posting them because the producer wanted to produce one entire project. So I had to make sure I had the rights for all those beats, and that I had the right material for all of those songs, and I did. So I made sure I posted all that shit. Then on top of that, I was producing one entire project. So I was making beats. I had days where I was making 5 beats, and I was making 7 songs in a day. So I was making 7 songs, and I was making 5 beats. And those 5 beats, I ended up making songs for each one and every one of those beats also. So I wasn't just making the beat, I was making the beat and then the song, beat the song, beat the song, beat the song, beat the song, and then I got on other shit. I did a lot of shit, and a lot of people don't understand. They thought this shit was fraud. Why you think I got so much material all over the internet? Because I really worked my ass off for this shit. I worked my ass off in a way that none of these niggas have ever worked. That's why every time I go live and I'm playing music, and niggas like, oh shit, I never heard this. Oh damn, I never heard that. Oh shit, I never heard this. Oh shit, I never heard that. Because I got so much fucking music. You know what I'm saying? People don't want to believe that shit, and I be telling niggas, dude, this is really what I do. This is my life. I've been fucking with music. I've been freestyling and doing all the shit that I'm doing since I was 7. Think about that. Like, I got into it when I was 6, but I didn't really try to actually do shit till I was 7. You know what I'm saying? So when I was 7, I'm sitting there trying to fucking freestyle. I came out with a freestyle CD. Like, I was just freestyling the whole fucking shit on every beat. That shit was terrible. Everything that I do now is freestyle though. That's what people don't understand. All these hit records, all that shit was freestyle. And then I wrote it afterwards for copyright purposes. I can write for people and I can write for myself. My pen game is insane. but I like doing shit the way that I do it. It takes me 30 minutes to work on a song. Think about that. 30 minutes to work on a song. Lil Baby, it takes 45 to work on a whole song. Think about that. I'm making songs and I'm doing them in fucking 30 minutes like it's nothing. And I'm doing records about everything. Like, it doesn't matter what we talk about. That's why I say if anybody in the game was to do a versus with me, there's nobody that's competition for me. Nobody. And it don't matter what you want to talk about. We could talk about anything. You want to talk about police brutality, we could do that. You want to talk about the club, we could do that. You want to talk about, like, yo, understand, I took a fucking hit record that Lil Baby made, Close Friends. That was a hit record, and I remixed that shit. And that you know they say if you remix a song that's already out and it's a hit and you fuck that up, everybody's gonna look at you like that's the nigga that fucked up that fucking song that everybody loved. It's the opposite. I didn't have that outcome. I killed it. I made it a hit even though it was already a hit. I made it a hit again. You know what I'm saying? Money Marathon, that Tory Lanez shit, I got on it, murdered that shit. Motherfucking Autumn Marini's All in My Head, got on it, remixed it, killed it. Got on fucking Lupe Fiasco and Trade the Truth, I'm Beaming remixed it, killed that shit. Motherfucking, yo, I did mad fucking records, and that's what a lot of motherfuckers don't understand. And every record that I ever did, nigga, I murdered that shit. Yeah, I might have some records here and there that really ain't all that, but you gotta remember, everything is time based. Like, a lot of shit that I did on SoundCloud was like the beginning of everything. You know what I'm saying? But then it went from me posting there, building that shit, to me starting to post shit on fucking on YouTube. And the very first thing I posted on YouTube was a video that I did, and it's called Last Hope, and I shot that video in Virginia. After I did that video and I posted it, I was working on another video for a whole nother song. The song is called Family Love. I was working on a video for that song. I never finished it. I ended up coming over here, and then all this shit happened. I still had the rough draft of it, but the question is my shit still there? That's what I don't know. It should be, but I'm not really too concerned. You know how old that shit is? You know how much material I got right now? Like, I got material about everything. They want to talk about the club. We can talk about the club. You want to talk about street racing? We can talk about street racing. You want to talk about, it doesn't matter. You want to talk about being in the club having the same old two-step? I could do that. You want to talk about I'm in the club with the same two-step and the same bad bitches that I came in with? I could do that. You want to talk about bitches? We can talk about bitches. You want to talk about police brutality? We can talk about it. You want to talk about cops harassing you? I could do that. You want to talk about hustling? We could do that. You want to talk about motherfucking guns? We could talk about that. It doesn't matter what you want to talk about. When I sit there and I say I'm the GOAT, nigga, I got songs about everything. And sometimes people are looking at these, and nowadays people are looking at these lives and they're like, wow, hold on, I never heard none of this music. I have this is what people don't understand. I have exclusive music on every different platform, and I made my shit that way because everybody, the average celebrity, the average artist, let's say they'll put something on Reverb Nation, they put it on every other platform too. And that was cool. And I did that for a lot of records. I didn't want to do that for every record. So I got to a point where I was dropping certain music on Reverb Nation, and I wasn't posting that shit nowhere but Reverb Nation. Then I had records that I was also putting on Reverb Nation, but then when I got the opportunity to put them on Spotify, Apple Music, Pandora, all these other YouTube Music, all of that shit, SoundCloud, all of that shit, I ended up putting shit on there too. So it got on all those platforms. Then I was fucking with DistroKid at one point, so then I ended up starting some shit and getting some shit on fucking iTunes and all these other platforms. So I was doing a lot of shit. And even to this moment now, if you go to IG or you go to Facebook and you know how you could take a photo and add music to it and shit, you can fucking go to that fucking shit to add music and be like, alright, let me type in Dub.AR, and then after Dub.AR let me write let me put 2020, or let me put 2021, or let me put 2022. And that's why I wanted my shit year based. That's why like at first they were giving me a hard time about uploading my music with the fucking years. And I'm like, I'm not gonna take off the fucking years because I have so much music. and everything is year based. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna fucking sit there, and they kept trying to get me to take it off. I'm like, I'm not taking off the date. So upload my shit. And I kept doing it. I kept saying that shit, and I'm like, all right. And they started letting me post my shit. So now, every time I post, I always put the date. Whether it's 2023, 2024, 2025, I always put the date up. And I have so much music that it's not a fucking issue. So when I go back, or people go to my shit, they're like, when did he do this? Sometimes I got certain records that, because in the beginning, I didn't have the dates for some of the songs in the beginning. So in the beginning, I was sitting there and I was thinking about it. I was like, yo, you know what? I gotta figure out how to upload my shit the right way. Because I ended up putting the title, I ended up putting the name of the fucking song where the title of the fucking project was. So it was the project, it was on that project, but that was supposed to be where the title of the song was, and I didn't know that. That's why you might see a couple songs say two different, but then you see a lot of them say two different, and they're all different songs. It's because of that. That was the beginning of me getting on Spotify and shit. I didn't really know what to do. I'm on my 3rd year. My year is about to be up at the end of this year, and when this cycle is up for my membership, I gotta recertify my shit and become the premium member again, and then I'm gonna be on my 4th year on Spotify and all these other mainstream platforms. So I've been doing this shit for a while. You know what I'm saying? Like I really worked my ass off to get where I'm at. That's why I laugh at anybody that sit there trying to tell me I ain't worth shit, I ain't done shit, I ain't never gonna be shit. I laugh at them because I've been making money. You know what I'm saying? Like when I made my first $869, I was like, yo, I didn't even do nothing to get that. Like it was already material that I had that I was just sitting on. So when I first got on Spotify and all these other platforms, I had a fucking trial. When I had that trial, it was a 14-day trial. I got on the fucking trial, and I was like, all right, not a court trial, a trial for, you know, to try the application out, and it was a 14-day trial. So I got on there, started posting my shit. At the end of the trial, I had 72 songs posted. At the end of that, I purchased the premium version that was $60, and then after I purchased that shit, I fucking finished uploading my shit, and that's what slowed me down because when I was uploading on Reverb Nation, I was dropping 2-3 songs a day, every single day, and they were hit records. You know what I'm saying? A lot of hit records. So then I'm sitting there and I'm like, fuck it, I slowed down, and I was at least posting 1 a day, but I was doing more, going through my fucking music, and I was going through it and grabbing everything that needed to be put on all major music streaming platforms. Then I had to upload it. And you gotta understand something. When I'm doing all this uploading and shit to these platforms, I have to write the title, I have to write my fucking company name, because I'm the CEO of my company, so I had to write the name of my company. Then after, I had to grab the fucking actual song, but when the song was done, I had to convert it. After I converted it, I had to make it a video form so I could throw it on YouTube if I was gonna throw it on YouTube. And then after I did that, when I was up, if it was something that was gonna get uploaded to fucking all these major music streaming platforms, I had to fucking add the fucking song to the fucking actual shit I was trying to upload. And then after I did that, the next page pops up, and after the next page pops up, I have to write the title of the song again. After that, I have to fucking hit if it's explicit or if it's a clean fucking version. After that, I had to write who's the writer. After that, I had to write who's a producer. Like, sometimes it was me that was the producer, and I had to fucking sit there and keep resending because they like, who's this? I'm like, dude, that's my information. Like, that's my shit that's registered with BMI. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, some people are registered with ASCAP, nigga. I'm registered with BMI. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really am. Like, no fucking cap. I've been registered with BMI since over 14 years. Over 14 years I've been registered with BMI. So think about that. Because at the end of the day, I've been telling niggas, dude, I've been doing this shit my entire life. I had a friend that put me on to being registered with BMI and gave me this application to fill out. And it was an actual paper of the application I had to fill out. And I showed it to 40 one day, because I was fucking with 40 a lot at the time. And he was like, I'm gonna have somebody look at it and blah 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 whatever, and I'll let you know about it. I was like, okay. He took the paper, I never heard about it again, ever. Even to this day, I never heard nothing about it. So I was like, damn, what the fuck? And then I started talking to the radio station when I started getting played on the radio station, and they interviewed me and shit. Cause this, my girl still don't believe this shit, but I tell her all the time, and I'm like, babe, this is what really happened. Because when I was on the phone with her, I hung up the phone with her, and then she had called me. When she called me, I was in the middle of an interview, and because I was just on the phone with her, she didn't believe me. I was like, babe, like when I called her back, I was like, babe, I really was on the having an interview with the radio station. Like, this is not a cap, like it really was. You know what I'm saying? And she was like, I was like, for real, babe, I'm not gonna lie to you. And she was like, okay. And I felt like somehow deep down in the back of her mind, like she didn't believe me a little bit, but she was giving me the benefit of the doubt. You know what I'm saying? But when we hung up the phone, as soon as I hung it up, the radio station called me. And I picked it up. I was like, hello. He's like, hey, we wanted to interview you, blah, 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 whatever. And I was like, alright. So they interviewed me, and then they had me say, yo, you know you got it locked at. Like, I had to record that shit. And when I was, they was like, I'm like, yeah, you know where you got it locked at, Hot Rush Radio, blah, 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 whatever. They had me say that. And I was nervous when I was saying that shit, because it was the first time I ever said some shit like that. So I'm sitting there and I'm going over that shit. And I'm like, yo, my bad. I'm nervous. And she's like, it's okay. They were like, it's okay. You don't gotta be nervous. And I said she, but it was because it was a she and a he. There was two people. They're a married couple. You know what I'm saying? And they were like, you don't gotta be nervous and shit. Like, I was nervous because it was the first time I ever did that. And you know what I'm saying? Like, I wasn't expecting them to just put me on the spot like that. Like, it was the interview, and then after that, they was like, yo, we want you to say this and say this. And I was like, alright. So I was trying to say it, and I'm looking at it, I'm trying to say it while I'm on the phone, and I'm like, shit, because I fucked up when I was trying to say it. I'm like, fuck. So then I'm sitting there trying to say it, and I ended up saying it the right way after I said it. You know what I'm saying? Everything was good after that, so I was like, hell yeah. But before I got off the phone, she had called, and when she called, I was like, fuck, she's gonna be mad as fuck I couldn't pick up. I was like, damn, I hope she don't get mad. I hope she fucking believes me. I hope she fucking forgives me for not picking up the fucking phone, because the only reason I'm not picking up is because I was on a fucking interview with the radio station. I hung up the phone, and then prior to the fact that I hung up the phone, I called her right back as soon as I hung up, and she picked up, and she was like, why didn't you pick up the phone? That was the first thing she said. She said, why didn't you pick up the phone? I was like, I'm sorry, I was in the middle of an interview. I was on a radio station. And she was like, I was like, no, for real, babe, I really was. Like, I'm not lying to you, I really was. They called as soon as we hung up the phone, and I just picked up, and then they had me, they would ask me a bunch of questions, and you know what I'm saying? Then they had me say certain things, and I had to like go over it and record it. So when they played certain songs, and then they played that, the shit that I recorded, like, yeah, you know where you got it locked. It's your boy Dub.AR. You know where you got it locked at, Hot Rush Radio, blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? Like, I had to say shit like that, and I was nervous when I was trying to say it. So I was like actually fucking up when I was saying it. And I was nervous, and I'm sitting there and I'm trying to explain that shit to her, and I'm like, babe, I really didn't do anything I wasn't supposed to. I wasn't talking to no what bitches or whatever. I was really in the interview, and I always wondered if she always got mad at me because she thought I was really talking to a bitch at that time, but I really wasn't. I was just being interviewed, and I wish that she would have actually been here for it, because she would have been happy and she would have been proud of me. And she would have seen that shit, and she would have seen I wasn't lying from the beginning. You know what I'm saying? But all bullshit aside, these niggas next door, I say these niggas next door because they still fishing for shit right now. When I say they fishing for shit, they fishing for a reason to try to get me in trouble. They're like, oh, well, this and this, and he did this and he did that, he said this and said that. So what if I said this and I said that? First of all, it's a free fucking country. I can say whatever the fuck I want. I can say the sky is fucking gold, or I can say the fucking sky is fucking chrome, but that doesn't fucking mean anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, anyways, it ain't my fault that people fuck with me. You know what I'm saying? It's not my fault that I speak the truth and people listen to the truth and people find out that you lying about shit. And then when people find out that you lying about shit, you want to sit there and get mad and try to fucking point the finger at me and say, oh, he did this and he did that, he did this and he did that, he hacked into this. How the fuck I hacked into something when if they fucking sat there and believed you, they'll fucking sit there, find out who hacked into what, and you know what's gonna happen? Nothing to me, because I'm not the one who hacked anything. Think about that. I never hacked a day in my life. Somebody told me that all you had to do was download an app, and that application lets you hack. That's how I found out about that. But I don't fucking hack nobody. People hack me all the time. But it doesn't mean nothing. Because at the end of the day, what good is hacking gonna fucking do for you? Because at the end of the day, it's not helping you. It's not helping your situation. You ain't paying no bills because of that. Like, so you just make yourself look crazy. Because when you sit there, oh, he hacked this. Think about something. If you hacked, right? If you hacked my shit, and you say, oh, he hacked my shit, but then they do research and they see who hacked what, and they look into your internet and they look in mine, they're gonna be like, oh shit, you hacked him. And that's exactly what it's gonna be. Because at the end of the day, that fat black motherfucker, he knows how to hack. And he think nobody knows that shit. But he does know how to hack. And he's the type of nigga that if he's about to get in trouble for, let's say he's gonna get in trouble for hacking, right? He'll be the type of nigga that'll try to throw my bitch under the bus and be like, oh no, that was her. And then being the fact that he says it's her, right? He'll fucking get his mother and whoever else is around him to say, oh no, yeah, it was her. And because there's more than one person saying it is him, it is her, they'll fucking listen. But at the end of the day, I'm here to tell you, my girl don't hack. That's not her cup of tea. You know what's her cup of tea? Hopping on games, having fun, seeing her man, having fun with me, getting on the game, glitching, going out, trying to have some fun, go to the movies, go to Six Flags, Lake Kwasi, you know what I'm saying? I said Lake Kwasi, Lake Compound, I mean. You know what I'm saying? Nobody really goes over there like that. That was like before though. But anyways, that when Fun Zone was around, Fun Zone, motherfucking what's this other shit? What's this other shit called? Laser tag. Oh, I love laser tag, nigga. What? Laser tag is the fucking funnest. That, like, going to fucking do shit, taking, just going to, let's say, like, my son's events and shit, or let's say he's got, like, swimming lessons, or going to the gym. That's shit that, like, my girls like to do. You know what I'm saying? She likes to have fun. She's not all into this technical shit. The most technical shit she likes is talking on the fucking phone, and that's when she's not around me. And when she is around me, she don't want anything to do with the phone. She wants to chill with me. She wants to hang out. She wants to get on games with me. She wants to spend time with me off the game. She wants to lay down, watch Netflix with me all day. She wants to do whatever the fuck I want to do. So if all I'm trying to do is go out and eat, or go out to, just to go out, you know what I'm saying, or go hit the club scene, or whatever the fuck it is that I want to do, as long as, she's cool with that shit, she's willing to do it. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, she's not gonna fucking sit there and try to do something that she wouldn't really like to do, because that's not her cup of tea. And hacking and shit is not something that she wants to do or she's ever done. And if she ever, I'm not saying she did, because I don't believe she did, but I'm here to tell you right now, if she has ever hacked, it's because somebody made her do it, because she knows better than that. I've told her to never ever do that shit. And I've told her stories of people getting arrested because of stupid shit like that, and I sat there and I explained that shit to her. And ever since the day that I sat there and explained it to her, she's never done that shit again. And hypothetically, if she ever has, It wasn't because she wanted to, it was because somebody made her do it. The same way when she never wanted to sleep with any of these niggas, the only reason why she did was because she was either held at gunpoint and had no fucking choice, or she just was fucking forced to. Think about that. Cause my bitch, my girl, any of my girls, they're not bad. They're all not. Any of this shit that they've done that was bad was because they were forced to. Which is why when it comes to this situation that has to do with all these people, if they get killed by anybody outside of my organization, in my organization, people that know of us but don't know us, or by somebody who just completely don't know us, don't know the situation, but have heard something, the police is gonna look the other way, and the feds are gonna look the other way, and they're not gonna fucking second guess it. They're not gonna think about it. They're not even gonna look into it. You know why? Because everything that's going on and everything that's gone wrong and anything bad or wrong that's ever happened to about me or about any of my girls happened because they forced them to do it. And because of that, no police officer, nobody in law enforcement is gonna look into anything, even if bodies turn up or bodies pop up, because at the end of the day, everything that's going on has gone on because of the fact that people have been allowing shit to happen that shouldn't have happened at all. And it's like, no matter what people say, people sit there and try to get people to understand certain things that's been going on because they want people to understand the people that you're thinking are at fault are not at fault, and the people you think aren't at fault are the ones that are at fault, because they're the ones that are responsible for all this shit that's going on, and all the people that are being abused and raped and mistreated and all this shit, and being forced to do shit that they shouldn't do, and like a lot of shit that shouldn't have been going on has been going on because people ain't been doing their fucking jobs the right way. Because let me tell you something, if people were actually doing their fucking job the right way, let me tell you something, the people that would have been involved in these situations would have never, the people that were involved in these situations that are the victims would have never done that shit. You know what I'm saying? Never. Because I know them personally, and the fact that I know them personally, that says a lot. Because at the end of the day, half of the people talking about the people that are involved do not fucking know them from a fucking can of paint, and they're just speaking off of what somebody else fucking knows, and they fucking think this and they think that because of shit that somebody fucking said. They don't know them personally. So unless you know them personally, and unless you have something you can fucking prove that fucking sits there and shows people that so and so did this and so did that, then the best thing for anybody to fucking do is to fucking sit there and mind your fucking business. Because at the end of the day, all everybody want to do is talk about shit that nobody got no fucking knowledge of and nobody can fucking prove. Think about it. They were fucking fishing for something to get me in trouble, to get me out the picture, so that way my girl could fucking sit there and get arrested. I mean, so that way I can get arrested and my girl could do whatever the fuck they said, because they had control of her. And then when I started talking to her, I'm like, yo, why are you tripping on me? Why are you acting funny with me? And she was like, oh, because I know you talking to some other bitches and blah blah blah. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, no, I'm not talking to no other bitches. Like, you got me fucked up. Like, I'm not doing nothing wrong. Like, and then they sitting there, oh, I fucking know because of this and because of that. And in reality, the only reason that was going on was because of them trying to corrupt her mind and make her fucking think something that wasn't what it was. And the reason they were doing that was to make her turn on me. And when that didn't work, they would fucking sit there and rape her and hope that them raping her made me change on her, because the more they did that and I got pissed, the more likely I was to fucking change on her. And then when that shit happened and I changed, they were happy as fuck, because at the end of the day, they actually ended up after that happened, they ended up, how you call it, they ended up happy as fuck that she was changing on me. So then when I fucking said I'm not gonna fucking change, because she said I'm not gonna fucking give up and all that shit, she said that shit loud as fuck, and I knew she said it so I could hear her. Because when she said that shit, I was like, oh shit, she's really not trying to do that shit. She's really not So I sat there and I was like, hold on. And I sat there and I thought about everything, and I put everything together, and I was like, oh shit, this is what's going on. This is what's happening. This is why this is going on. This is why they're making her change. This is why she was acting funny. This is why they're acting like that. This is why they keep raping her, because they're trying to get me to fall out with her so they can continue to control her and manipulate her mind and fucking brainwash her into believing what they fucking said was accurate and what it was, and in reality it wasn't. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, but that's exactly what it is. And what's even more crazy is how my girl loves me, and she said that she wasn't gonna let me go no matter what. And when she said that shit to me, I was like, oh shit. I was like, oh shit, I need to fucking make sure I fucking fix this shit, because if I don't, I could fucking lose her forever. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, yo, ain't no way in hell I'm gonna fucking lose her, because that's my fucking world, that's my wife, that's my everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not giving up on her, she's not giving up on me. You know what I'm saying? She really, you know what I'm saying, I'm not gonna give up on her, she's not gonna give up on me. She really, you know what I'm saying, she really wants to spend the rest of her life with me, and I want to spend the rest of my life with her. And no matter what, I'm gonna fucking hold on to her the same way she said she's gonna hold on to me, and she's never gonna fucking let me go. And because of her saying she's not gonna let me go, I'm not gonna fucking let her go either, no matter what the fuck happens. Because at the end of the day, that's my fucking world, that's the love of my life, that's my soulmate, that's my fucking everything. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's my queen. She's not going nowhere, and neither am I. So niggas need to get used to this pretty motherfucking face, because I ain't going nowhere, nigga. Real shit. Yeah, motherfuckers is chatty today. Then I'm gonna fucking sit here and hop on the fucking game and play for a little bit, because I haven't played this shit in a while, and I want to play this shit. I also wanted to go live on this game because I wanted y'all to see that I really do have the game. Because yeah, I was talking about it, but y'all was like, not y'all, but some people were like, oh, you ain't got this, you ain't got that, you ain't got this game, you ain't got. And I wanted to show people that I did have it. And when I get the opportunity, I'm gonna go live on the on part 4, because I want people to see the difference. And then I'm gonna go live on part 5. This is my gaming channel, so you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna fucking do what I gotta do and fill up this fucking channel with even more fucking music, alright? But I'll be right here, live on the motherfucking game. I'm gonna play because I wanna fucking play. But I also wanted to say one quick thing. I really appreciate y'all for always being there. I wanted to thank y'all all for always having my best interests at heart and the First Lady's best interests at heart, and for giving a fuck about us, and you know what I'm saying, having mad love for us, and giving a fuck about us if we were good, if we were okay, you know what I'm saying, if, you know, if any issues were up, you know what I'm saying, they staying in touch with us, making sure we were good, you know what I'm saying. Like, I really appreciate that shit, because at the end of the day, some people wouldn't even give a fuck. And the fact that y'all have always been there, y'all held us down, even throughout everything, even throughout the misunderstandings and the miscommunications, the fact that I needed y'all to be there when I needed y'all to be there, y'all were always there, and I always appreciated that shit. Whenever I needed advice, y'all always came to me, y'all gave me advice, and I always appreciated that shit a lot because y'all always gave me the right advice. You know what I'm saying? Y'all never tried to make me do something and jeopardize my freedom or my happiness or my girls. You know what I'm saying? You always, even when she was mad at me for whatever stupid reason, y'all always still loved her. Even if she was fucking coming at y'all sideways, y'all still showed her mad love. Y'all still respected her. You know what I'm saying? Even when y'all had differences, y'all felt bad about, you know, saying shit when you said shit sometimes, and it made you look at shit differently because you started thinking about her situation and actually being stuck in that situation the way she is, and it made y'all look at shit differently, and it made y'all put yourselves in really in her shoes, and they could have been anything going on, and I'm thankful that all of y'all were always there and none of y'all gave up on us. Because it was hard, it was scary, and it was lonely as fuck sometimes. There was times that she was sad. There was times that I was worried because the only reason why she was sad over there and she wanted to kill herself was because she was over there and she wanted to leave and they would not let her leave. That's the only reason. She never wanted to be there. If she got raped when she was 10 and she never wanted to fucking be there, you know what I'm saying? Because she didn't ever want to be in a relationship with a black person, and she tells them that, and they still fucking raped her and beat the shit out of her, and then these motherfuckers next door did the same shit. You know what I'm saying? You think she's gonna look at black people the same way? She's not. She already looked at them a certain way, and now after this situation, she's never gonna look at them ever the fucking same because of that. And that's not fair because there's certain black people that are not even doing nothing wrong. You know what I'm saying? There's good black people out there. It's a shame that people fucking sit there and they make all these, you know, accusations and say all this shit. And the thing is, some people go through shit like what my girl's going through, and the only reason they have, you know, the thoughts that they have is because of other black people that are fucking that shit up for everybody. So it's like, you gotta understand, whether she was never gonna fuck with any black person ever, or she was, that's her personal preference. And if she didn't want to ever fuck with no black guy, why are you gonna force somebody to do something they don't want to fucking do? That's considered a crime, because you're forcing somebody to be with you sexually that does not want to be with you. That's called rape. In English, in the government world, that's called statutory rape. Think about that. Because at the end of the day, my girl made it clear that every single one of them, if she was to ever be with anybody or have a baby by anybody, she made that shit clear that it was gonna be me and nobody fucking else. Nobody at all. You know what I'm saying? And all I tried to do was be the nigga that she always wanted me to be in her life. And all I tried to do was continue to treat her as the woman that she's always been in my life, which is a woman who always had my heart, a woman who I always loved, a woman who I always cared about, a woman who I would have given, but I would have, and I would, and I am gonna give the fucking world to. And I'm gonna spoil the fucking shit out of her. I don't have to fucking sit there and give her money through fucking Cash App, because when she shows up, I'm gonna fucking spoil the shit out of her. She's gonna have whatever the fuck she wants. When people see the type of shit I'm gonna fucking give her in the life that I'm gonna fucking give her and the type of shit she's gonna have, everybody's gonna realize, damn, they were really trying to keep her from him because he was really gonna change her and give her the life that she deserves. Not the life that they were forcing her to have, because she never wanted to be in OnlyFans. Think about that. She never had a mother or father in her life. The only person she had in her life when she was 10 years old was her sister. Nobody else. And that's what nobody understands. Everybody thought that she wanted to be this person that she never wanted to be, and she never did. When the first time that she fucking met me and we started talking in middle school, she loved me. She changed on a person that she was fucking chilling with and hanging with forever. Because that person was like, you really like him? And like, she's like talking shit to her about it, like, and she didn't like that shit. That bothered her, because at the end of the day, she liked what she liked, and what she liked was me. She didn't want to fuck with nobody else, and she was trying to put her on to these sleazeball ass niggas, and she didn't like that shit. She didn't like none of them niggas. She didn't want to fuck one of them niggas at all. And that shit made her look at her differently, just like it made her not want to fucking chill with her no more. You know what I'm saying? As fucked up as it was, as fucked up as it sounds, that's just what it is. But she still loves me. She's not letting me go. She made that very clear, that she's not gonna let me go. And when she said that shit and I heard her, I messaged her immediately and I said, don't worry, I'm not gonna let you go, baby. We're gonna ride this shit out till the wheels fucking fall off. And if them wheels never fall off, we riding until everybody is out our fucking way. Any roadblocks, we're gonna run straight through them shits. So if these motherfuckers next door wanna be a fucking roadblock, we're gonna run right through them motherfuckers, and we're gonna get where the fuck we wanna go. We're gonna do what the fuck we wanna do, and we're gonna be with whoever the fuck we wanna be with. So if we wanna be with each other and we wanna be together, that's what the fuck we're gonna do, regardless what anybody says, regardless what anybody thinks, and regardless what anybody feels about it. Period. And if they don't like that shit, they could take that shit up with me when they see me outside. And if not, they'll fuck off. Because remember something, the second you put your hands on me, the second Amir approached me, you already confirmed everything that I was saying about all of y'all was true. And the only reason y'all were there is y'all was trying to fucking make it seem like there wasn't a fucking situation. You was just trying to get him back in the house. And in reality, that wasn't what it was. Because even the mother said some shit to me. I don't remember what the fuck she said, but she said something to me. But I didn't give a fuck about that shit. I was too busy dealing with this nigga. And then when the mother got on the sidewalk but wasn't kind of like in front of the fence, and he saw that she was there, he was like, oh, you trying to act like you tough and block this. The camera, the live was already off at this point. And he was sitting there talking shit. Oh, you fuck out of here, this and that. I was like, alright, then come over here then, you bitch ass nigga. He ran to his mother. He could have easily went around her. He could have went around the car. He could have did all of that and then went over there, right? And then came over here to where I was. And if the average nigga is like, oh, well, you had a camera. He had a camera too. Why you think he didn't leave his yard? He didn't leave his yard because the camera was there. And the camera wasn't going to pick up him when he came all the way to my side. That's why he was there. That's why he moved the car there. If it wasn't for the camera being there, he would have never been there in the front. That's my point. Think about that. When you see him in the car, yeah, he died. Honestly, as bad as it sounds, and I know a lot of people are saying good, I agree with them too. I'm glad he's going too. Because at the end of the day, he can't rape no more bitches and beat the shit out of them no more. But everybody has another problem, because the nigga that's his brother, the fat black motherfucker, Daniel, because that's his fucking name. Daniel, yes, Daniel Jones, that's his fucking name. Daniel Jones. He's the one that's also doing that shit too, because his other brother did it too. He's on Crown Street. The house, the parking lot that's across the street from the Webster Theater, there's a house right next to it that DJ Cowboy used to live at. The house next door to that, on the left door, that's where he fucking be at. Trust me, I know some shit, and I know niggas is like, how he know this? I just know shit, nigga. I'm not stupid. You gotta understand something. I'm an observant individual, and I observe everything. The dumbest thing you can do is try to think I'm not paying attention or I don't know something. I might play stupid, I might act stupid, but I'm not stupid. I got a 4.2 GPA, my nigga. Trust me, I'm nowhere near stupid at all. I always tell everybody when I meet them, you got two options when you meet me, my nigga. You could be my best friend, and I could be your best friend. I could be your worst enemy. You decide. But at the end of the day, Ain't nobody playing around over here. And when I say my girl loves me, she loves me with all her heart. When I say she ain't changing on me, she ain't gonna change on me. When I say she ain't going nowhere, she ain't going nowhere. So remember something. When I sit there and I tell y'all they failed that lie to the test about all the fucking good shit they're always trying to glorify about themselves and about their family and giving out stuff and donating shit and going to church, all that shit was bullshit. They just told everybody that shit to cover shit up. And the motherfucking people, think about something, the people that would actually agree with them and be like, oh yeah, they do this, they were paid to say that shit. And that's why they said the shit that they say. That's why they had certain people from the church that were fucking helping them, because those people were paid to fucking say that shit, and they figured that money would be a good contribution to the fucking church. So that's why there were certain people that were from the church that were helping them, because they were paid to say that shit, and people see that shit, and it's not a joke. Ain't nobody playing. And when people get in trouble, and I'm making this clear one more time to everybody, including the police, FBI, everybody, when bodies start dropping, again, remember something. This is happening because you allowed those motherfuckers to rape bitches, beat the shit out of them, and all of them to fucking cover each other's asses and get rid of any doubt or any idea or thought of them actually doing that. Period. So when they sit there and they're telling people this and they're telling people that, they're telling people all this good shit, answer this question. Why everything, all the good shit they're always telling everybody, right? They got asked if they really did all those things, if all that shit that they always told everybody, and those fucking and everything that they ever told everybody, all this good shit that they always, saying about themselves and each other, and if all that shit was true. And the lie detector proved that all that shit was a lie. And they asked them individually every fucking thing that they asked. You gotta understand something. They asked everything. Everything that they was, do you go to, do y'all ever go to church? Did y'all, do y'all donate shit? Do y'all do this? Are y'all really good people? Are y'all, do you know about all the shit that's going on? Do you know about this? Do you know about your son raping this girl? Do you know about your son raping this girl? Do you know about your husband beating and raping this girl as well? Do you know about your other son raping and beating this girl? Do you know about your other son beating and raping that girl as well? They all said they had nothing to do with it, and they didn't know nothing about nothing, and lie detector test proved that all that shit was a lie. They got caught by the lie detector test, and they tried to fucking sit there and use what Amir did to get out of fucking jail in Norrington, Connecticut, to get out of jail over here, because they sat there and said, oh yeah, well, a crooked cop arrested us and blah blah blah, that's why we're in here, we gotta get out of here. And then the cop says, oh yeah, we'll let them out. So then that cop that lets them out thinks that the cop that arrested them was a dirty cop, and then in reality that cop was never dirty. So they end up turning good cops against each other because they make them think that one is dirty and the other isn't, and in reality neither one of them were dirty. Think about that. There is a dirty cop or two around, but they're not fucking with this situation. That's my point. The situation that has to do with them, no dirty cop is dealing with these people right now. So when they sat there and said, oh yeah, this is a dirty cop, blah blah blah, whatever, he arrested us because of this and that, that was bullshit. When they got asked for a lie about on the lie detector test, all the shit that they was asked, and they failed all those questions, remember something. Not only did they fail that shit, but they also got hit with no bond the same way their son did. And the only reason that nigga was out is because he made those two cops turn on each other, because they made them both think that the other was dirty. That was his plan to get out. When that happened, people knew about that shit because I started speaking on it. He was on the turnpike, he got arrested because he got caught with it. They even took out, that cop even took out the fucking loaded gun that was in the fucking evidence room and gave it back to him. And then A day or two later, he ended up pointing that shit at my fucking window. Think about that. Everything that I'm saying really fucking happened. Everything. He got caught on a turnpike, and he told the cop that he was going to a bar. He didn't say he was looking for a bar. He said he was going to a bar. First of all, the bar that he was at, that he was even talking about, as soon as he got on the turnpike, he passes a bar at Hooters. The other bar, the next bar that he's gonna come across is at Bolorama. You know how far that is? And he was deep in motherfucking on the turnpike. He was deep in that shit because he really thought I made it as far as hell. Nah. Think about that. He thought I was deep in that shit. He went all the way down. After I took that last photo, I took that shit, turned around, and started walking back home. And then son told me, yo, put your hoodie on. Put my hoodies on, my coat hoodie and my sweater hoodie. And then I put my head down. I didn't look up for nothing. Son told me somebody was looking for me. And I started thinking about, damn, they know the way I walk. What if they know the way I walk? Because I know the way 40 walk. And every time we see 40, we know the way that nigga walk. He got a little hop with his walk. So when I saw that shit and I thought about that shit, I was like, damn, what if they know the way I walk? And I started thinking, I was like, damn, you know what? I got an idea. I'm gonna change the way I walk. I changed the way I walk until I got the fucking Stop and Shop. They drove by me and everything. They didn't even know I was there. I went all the way to fucking Stop and Shop. As soon as I got there, I turned into the parking lot. Still didn't lift my head up. I was still walking like a penguin and shit that whole time. Then I ended up going around, you know, at the end. I passed Stop and Shop and then I turned right. And then when I got on the sidewalk, that's when I took my hoodies off and I started walking normal. By the time I was doing that, I looked, there was absolutely no cars coming. Like, it was a fucking ghost town. And that's a busy area. There's always cars driving over there. Even if it's just a couple cars, there was absolutely no traffic front or back. I was like, damn, what the fuck? But then I just kept walking. And I was like, let me just hurry up and go home. I was already walking normal. I had already took my hoodies off. I was already on the sidewalk past Stop and Shop and all that shit. So I was like, let me just hurry up and go home. And I did. And then he ended up getting bagged. I found out a spot that Savannah was at because I found the dude's car, and the dude that was with Savannah was the dude that dropped her off at the airport, and he added a small detail to his car. So his car was white and it had black lines, but then he added a red stripe to it, and he had a red stripe added to the fucking rims too. So when I saw that, I said, yo, that's the fucking car that left her at the fucking airport one day, and then she had to find a way from the airport to get fucking home. And I know because she hit me up and she was asking me to send her a couple bucks so she can fucking get a cab or get something to fucking come home, because she was stranded at the fucking airport, and she ended up getting somebody else to give her the money to actually get out of there. Think about that. Then when I went all the way down that street, 'cause that's a long ass street, when I got all the way down that street, Goodwin was on the left. There was another time that I didn't even mention this shit. There was another time that I was walking back and it was dark. This was after that live. This was after he got arrested, all that shit. So I'm walking back, right, from that area, same area, and I look to the left, and there's a minivan, that's a silver minivan that looked just like the silver minivan that I was talking about one time. That was a Dodge minivan, and I seen at Goodwin Park, and it was in the it was like, you know where the fucking back thing is, where the gate is closed. There was a silver minivan, a Dodge minivan sitting right there, and I was like, I started getting a feeling like somebody was there, and the person knew me. And then I was like, hold on. I kept walking, right? So they was like, and then I started getting the feeling like the person that knew me really knew me, because when they saw I kept walking, they was like, oh, well, fuck him then. He's just gonna keep walking. And then I took a right, and I seen Britannia's house, and then I kept going a little further, and I seen Lexi's house, a couple houses down from each other. But I seen both of them houses, and then I rang Lexi's doorbell, and some other chick answered, and I was like, I'm sorry, I got the wrong house. I knew I didn't, but I didn't recognize a person. I didn't want them to fucking think that, you know, I was some other niggas. So I was like, fuck that. I was like, I got the wrong address, sorry about that. And I kept going, right? So I took right. I kept going down the fucking street, and then the next intersection right after that, I took another right, and then I went back towards the park. Then when I saw that the van was still there, I started walking towards the van. Then, mind you, this whole time that the van is still there, I'm still getting a vibe like that person is still there. I start seeing somebody moving from the fucking back seat to the back of the fucking back of the fucking van, right? And there was a light-skinned person. I'm like, what the fuck? And when I say light-skinned, I mean like really white-skinned person. You know what I'm saying? Because I seen that shit and I was far as fuck. You know what I'm saying? But I wasn't 100% sure if it was actually somebody there. And I had a gut feeling that it was. So that when I kept walking, it wasn't just her that was there. It was another fucking dude too. It was two dudes, and they were fucking trying to. They was forcing her to fuck her. They was forcing themselves to fuck her, and they were basically running the train on her because they forced her to do that shit, right? So they were both raping her at the same time. And when she said to them, oh, he's gonna kick your fucking ass, blah blah blah, whatever. And then when I started walking, he was like, oh, he don't know me. I fucking looked, and I was like, I pointed at my eye, and then I pointed at my nose before I kept walking. And she said, oh, well, fuck him then. So I looked, and I was pointed at my eye, and I pointed at my nose, and I was like, I know. And then I pointed at the van, and I was like, you. So then when I went all the way around, and I went back towards the fucking van again after I came around the block, and I seen them, I started walking towards the van this time. So they got even more scared. So then these dudes, you know, she's like trying to fucking grab clothes, and she sees me still walking. And then when she sees me still walking towards the fucking van, they all go to the back of the fucking van. You know what I'm saying? So the two dudes and the girl went to the back of that van. And when they did that, I approached the van. When I got to the van, I'm like, yo, son, tell me somebody's in this motherfucker. And then I said to the van, I was like, nigga, I know you fucking there. I'm like, nigga, I know you fucking there. I'm gonna catch you. I'm gonna beat your ass, nigga. But the whole time I was looking in the van that I said that, and I'm looking. I'm like, and I'm on the driver's side, but I'm just looking. You know what I'm saying? I'm on the outside of the van, but I'm on that side, and I'm looking. I didn't see nobody in the driver's seat, the passenger seat, the back. I didn't see the back of the back. I was trying to, but it was, you know, the back of the back is tinted. So, and I think they were like trying to really hide, and I couldn't really look like I wanted to. So then I said what I said while I was there, and I kept walking. But then after I kept walking, you know, they were like, let's say they were like 20 feet from the little gate that, you know, when they close the little driveway section, and the gate is closed, and the only way you can get past that is if you walk around it. I had to walk around it, so I walked around it. It was like probably 15-20 feet from the van. You know what I'm saying? There was somebody else. There was two other cars there. One was, I think, what was a silver Hyundai or some shit like that. I don't remember what. It was a silver car though, and there was two people in that car. They were just sitting in that car. You know what I'm saying? And then behind them was some other dude in a red truck, and the red truck was a Jeep Cherokee type of truck, but it wasn't an older one. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't an older truck. It was a newer one. And the dude that was in that red truck, you know, he looked like he was working on music, because I heard a beat playing. They had a beat playing loud. Somebody was in the passenger seat, and the dude was in the fucking driver's seat, and he's sitting there. He's like, you know, he got his phone in his hand, and the beat is playing, and you can see him like going over the shit. I've written music so many fucking times. You can tell when the nigga's writing music. So then he's sitting there, the beat is playing, and he's sitting there going over and shit. He's like, damn, I thought that nigga was gonna fucking say something to me. Like, that's what he was thinking. And don't ask how I know. I know what people think when they think it. Don't ask. That's just something. That's a gift that I have. I just know. I know what people think without even me having to fucking even ask what they think. And sometimes they just think it, and I know. And then I'll fucking sit there and say what they think, and they're like, damn, nigga, how you knew that? I just know shit. So anyways, I kept walking, and I walked past that shit, and I kept walking down. And I went like probably, I want to say like 25-30 feet from that gate. I wasn't that far. I was still close, but I was walking, and like when the bushes stopped, and then there's like an opening, and you could see the fucking whole fucking golf field and all that shit from where you were standing, and you could still see, you know, the curve to where, you know, I just came from. I was like, something telling me I should leave now and go back. So I stopped, and I was just standing there for like 30 seconds. Turned around, walked right back the same way I came, and when I got close enough to see the truck and the car and the van, all I saw was the truck, the red truck, the silver car that was in front of it, and the van that was there that I was saying, nigga, I'ma catch you, I'ma beat your fucking ass, nigga, to the fucking van. They were gone, meaning there really was somebody in that fucking van. Then I started walking, and I was gonna go down the fucking street that I went down already, which was Britannia and Lexi's spot over there. But then I was like, nah, I'm gonna go this way. And good thing I went that way, and I kept going straight, and then I took a right afterwards on Dayton, because I ended up finding the fucking the same van parked on the fucking lawn, and I'm like, yo, damn, these motherfuckers are super protective. You know, they got super security and shit, because they had cameras on like they had 2 cameras, one pointing at the fucking van, the other pointing at the truck that was beside it. I'm like, yo, them motherfuckers is too fucking, they got too much security and shit. Then I fucking said that shit, and I posted that shit, and I was talking about that shit, and the police said, yo, you know what, we was looking for a fucking van like that. They went over there, so many people got fucking arrested, and besides the 2 people that were there, them motherfuckers got arrested. All the motherfuckers that were in that building got arrested, and the fucking chicks were able to fucking go. But somebody got caught doing something that they shouldn't have been doing, and the shit that they was doing had to do with drugs and shit, but they weren't doing it, they were like breaking it up and shit or whatever, you know what I'm saying, like to bag it up and shit. And when that happened, they saw that, and they was like, you know, you're gonna go to jail for doing that. They was like, I just did it because they fucking told me to, and if I didn't, they were gonna fucking hit me. I was just doing what they told me, because if I didn't, I was gonna get hit. I don't want to get hit. I'm tired of getting hit. I've been getting hit for like ever. And when they said that shit, they looked at her, and they was like, damn, she's really being sincere. They let her go. That's the only reason they let her go, because she didn't. And they was like, ain't you AR's girl? And she said, yeah. And because of that, just mainly because she said she was AR's girl, they let her go. They're like, yeah, all of this shit. They said, yeah, all of this shit happened, and you got caught doing, you know, breaking shit up and bagging shit up for them, but that was because they forced her to do it. And if it wasn't for that, she would have never did it. And she said, would you have ever? They asked, like, would you ever have done it? She was like, nah, I would have never did this shit if that was the case. Otherwise, you know what I'm saying, I would have just took the fucking charge. But she would have never did it, because at the end of the day, she's not like that. They only did that because they didn't want that shit on them. You know what I'm saying? They was trying to have her do that shit without gloves and all that shit, so that shit would be in her pores. Like, think about it. When you touch that shit, you could touch it and just put that shit right back down. That shit is automatically in your pores because you touched it. When you, listen to me, when you touch cocaine, you get that shit in your pores the second you touch it. When you sit there and you break that shit up and you trying to chop, that shit is in your pores the second you touch it. The same shit with dope. The same shit with any other fucking substance that's like one of those heavy ass drugs. Think about that. You're not gonna learn this from anybody else. I'm telling you, and I'm actually schooling y'all niggas. I shouldn't even be telling y'all niggas this shit. I'm giving y'all too much game right now. But at the end of the day, I want y'all to fucking understand that shit. So if any innocent person is really in a situation like this, you know that if you touch that shit's gonna go in your pores. If you're being tested and shit, and you're not really doing nothing, but they have you doing some shit like that, and you're gonna be touching something, that shit's gonna go in your pores. And if you're pissing in cups and shit, you're gonna give a dirty urine because you're touching something, and that shit's going in your pores and running through your bloodstream. Think about that. None of these dumbass illiterate motherfuckers that don't know the fucking law worth shit is gonna fucking sit there and tell you that, because how is a dumb nigga gonna tell you something about the law if they don't know shit? Let me tell you something. This is something I always said to my girls, and something I always said to my peoples, and something I always said to my crew, and to people that I know and people I don't know. A dumb nigga can never teach a smart nigga, but a smart nigga could teach a dumb nigga. Think about that. A dumb nigga, I'm gonna say that again. A dumb nigga can never teach a smart nigga, but a smart nigga can teach a dumb nigga. You know what a dumb nigga would do? A dumb nigga would take advantage of another dumb nigga to try to make themselves seem like a smart nigga to that dumb nigga. Think about that. I'll say it one more time. A dumb nigga will sit there and take advantage of another dumb nigga or a dumb person, because dumb taking advantage of another dumb person makes them seem smarter to that person. Think about that. Those are the facts. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start this game, because I've been live for 2 hours and 41 minutes, and I haven't really been doing anything except talking about everything that's going on. So to my bae, I know you paying attention, girl, and don't ever think I don't love you. I love you with all my heart. Don't ever forget that. And as far as anything else, anyone else, all my other baes and shit, y'all might not be my main bae, because this might be my main bae. I love y'all too, but don't ever forget that. But if you gonna ever make me choose, I'm gonna choose her every time, because that's my first love. That's my soulmate. She's my world. She's my everything. She's my rock. I'm her rock when she needs me. I'm the shoulder that she needs to lean on when she needs a shoulder to lean on. She can always lean on mine. When I need a shoulder to lean on, I can always lean on hers, because she's always gonna be there for me. She loves me with all her heart, and I love her with all mine. And no matter what, anybody or any dumb nigga next door, anybody anywhere, no matter where the fuck they are, even if it's the motherfuckers in the second floor and the third floor on the left side of that brick building across the street, I don't give a fuck what none of them say. They're not gonna change those facts. And if anybody, any one of them motherfuckers put their hands on me, trust me, they will regret it the rest of their life. And if they don't regret it, it's because they got killed, and the ones that are gonna regret it are the ones who told them, leave that girl alone, leave that nigga alone, leave them alone, don't fuck with them, don't touch them, don't fucking help them niggas out. They're gonna be the niggas that they're gonna be motherfuckers that told you that shit. Told you don't fuck with them niggas, and you still fuck with them, you still help them, and you thought you was gonna have advantage of this girl, but you not, because what you fail to realize is that I'm by her side, and I'm not going nowhere. And if you put your hands on me, there's an army that's gonna come for that ass. There's police officers that's coming for that ass. There's feds that's coming for that ass. There's people that I know that are not in my crew that are gonna come for that ass. There's people in gangs that are gonna come for that ass. Whether they're Bloods, whether they're Crips, whether they're Solidos, whether there's fucking Latin King members, it don't matter. They're coming for that ass. I know some Solidos too, nigga. Don't get fucked up, my nigga. I know some shit you don't know. I know some people you'll never fucking meet. Don't ever forget that. So when you sit there trying to fucking act tough, remember something. You can act tough, but there's always somebody tougher. And in this world, and in this lifetime, I'm the nigga that's tougher. Don't ever forget that. They said we ain't never seen no nigga that was like, they said, yo, we ain't never seen no nigga that fucking powerful since Diddy, nigga. They said, yeah, well, I ain't Diddy, nigga, but they call me AR. And niggas is not playing around about me. I done some shit in my day, and I got away with shit in my past, but my past is my past. But right now, everything that's going on, everything that's been allowed to happen up to this fucking point, everything that's going on up to this point has happened because they did not do their fucking job and leave these niggas locked the fuck up. And you gotta understand something. I've been harassed by the police so many times in my life, and I never fucking opened the fucking case, and I should have. The fact that any cop would even think of fucking with me right now, not only would I open that case up, but I would also add everything that's going on since then, and how I fucking sat there and was sitting there telling the police shit. I told the police, yo, my girl just got beat, whatever. They fucking went over there, right? They fucking saw him and they saw her. They asked him, oh, he's just a crazy ex, blah, blah, blah. I'm not a crazy ex. He was never her boyfriend. He was never, and he started telling people, oh, that's my wife. That was never his wife. How is that your wife when she's been my girl for over 3 decades? She been fucking with me for 3 decades, nigga. What the fuck is you talking about? You know how stupid that nigga look? Think about that. And when you sit there listening to the mother and the brother and anybody else and the dad and whoever else is helping them, oh, they go to church, oh, they do this, oh, they're good people, oh, they fucking donate all the time. They do. No, they don't. They got put on a lie detector test and it proved all that shit was a lie. The police officer said this exactly. This is what he said. Everything, he said this to another cop. I wasn't there, but trust me, I know. He said, everything that was ever said, that these people ever said, was not true. They failed the lie detector test. Trust me when I say that. That's why they all got hit with no bond, because people started looking at it like they were all accomplices to the situation. And they also knew about this nigga going to the turnpike to see me prior to the fact that he went to the turnpike to go see me and look for me with a loaded gun. That means they were an accomplice in a conspiracy to commit a murder, which is another fucking charge for them. And that's a big charge, a big one, and they will do hella fucking time for that. Think about it. When they were all bagged, they were bagged with no fucking bond. Think about that. They were put on a lie detector test, and all the bullshit they're always telling everybody, they were asked about all those questions individually, and they asked if each one of them things were true that they were saying. Oh, did you really do this? Did you do this? Did you do? They answered whatever the fuck they normally tell everybody, right? The lie detector proved that they were lying about everything. Everything that they ever said to everybody was a lie. Everything. That fat black nigga that worked at, I don't know if he still worked there, because he might have lost his job, but he's gonna start looking for a new job because I think he lost it, or he don't want to go back or whatever. Something happened and he's not going to that fucking job. That's why you don't see the fucking Infinity out there like that no more, because he's hiding in the fucking house. That's when I said somebody's in the house, and then this nigga was already dead. That's who was in the house doing all that raping and shit. It was him. You want to know his name? His name is Daniel Jones. That's his fucking name. That's the fat black nigga that looked like a doped out Rick Ross. That's him. Don't ever forget that shit. I said that shit before, but I wanted to say it again, because I knew somebody was paying attention that really needed to hear what I'm saying. Remember that shit. And when I tell you, don't fuck with these niggas and don't listen to them, it's because everything they're gonna tell you is a lie. Remember something. They showed you a fucking video that you saw on the ring, right? And the video that they showed you had absolutely no sound. They sat there, fabricated the whole fucking story, made it seem like one fucking thing that it was. Like I was the person that started this shit, and they made it seem like their son was the victim and all that shit. And when you look at my live, you see and you hear everything. So all the bullshit that they were saying don't add up to the fucking live video footage that you see, because you don't just see it. You see it and you hear it, and when you hear it, you start looking at shit, and you look at shit a certain way. You like, hold on, that nigga lied about everything that they said. That nigga said this, he said this, he says this, he said that, he said that. The nigga approached me, and the first thing I said, nigga, he said, oh, you got a problem? I said, what's good? You got a problem? I said, yeah, nigga, I do. You rape my bitch, nigga? That was the first thing I fucking said to that nigga. I said that nigga, I said, nigga, you killed my fucking bitch's kid? Nigga, that was my fucking kid? I literally told him that shit in the live. I fucking pointed the camera at him and that fat black nigga, and I said, yo, you see? Niggas never roll alone. I literally had the camera at both of them niggas when I said that shit. Think about that. And then when niggas like, oh, but you went to your house. Nigga, did you not see that he was not moving off of his yard? Because he wanted me to step on his yard. He got a ring right there. That was the whole point. He wanted me to do all that shit on his yard so he can say, oh yeah, well I was on my yard and he came and blah. There's more than one person. They were all gonna fabricate the stories. They fucking sat there and was fishing. Think about something. They was fabricating stories, and they fished for a fucking story because they were trying to get me out the picture, because they started controlling my girl, because they made my girl change on me for a second. But then I sat there and I'm like, yo, what the fuck you acting a certain way for? And she was like, oh, I know you got another bitch and blah blah blah. And because they got into her head and said all that shit, and I'm like, they're like, oh, that's why he got his blinds closed and blah. I'm like, and I took a picture and I sent her. I even took a video and I sent it to her. I'm like, yo, look, where the fuck you see a bitch at, my nigga? I'm like, look. I even went around the fucking house too. I'm like, yo, look, where the fuck you see a bitch at, my nigga? You gotta understand something. They telling you shit. The shit that they telling you ain't even true. Then when she started believing me, she changed on them. And then when that happened, Amir got fucking heated. Polo G, he got fucking pissed, and he was like, fuck, I did all that shit to fucking control her, and now I gotta do that shit all over because this nigga done fucking changed, made her fucking change again. Like, fuck. So he was pissed. And he was like, and then he sat with his mom and his dad and his brother, and they all sat at the dining room table, and they said, yo, we gotta figure a way to get rid of this nigga. And they said, and then one of them, and it was Amir that actually said it. And he was like, yo, why don't you, what about that video from the other day when he approached the camera and shit? We could say, oh, we scared and blah blah blah, whatever. Call the police. We get that nigga back for that shit. So they called and police showed up. I'm like, and I mentioned this shit about my girl getting raped and beaten, all this shit. That was one of the first things I said. And she see the cop is a female. She's in, and I think it was a female cop and a dude cop. And they seen that I had a hickey on my fucking neck. They see that I had a hickey on my fucking neck. They seen that shit. So when I'm sitting there talking about my girl, they see the hickey. They see that shit. So it's like I'm sitting there and saying all this shit about my girl, this, my girl, that, and I'm like, yo, that sounds like. And she's sitting there. Well, they're saying they're scared because you approached the camera, you said something. I was like, I'm gonna tell you what I said to the camera. I was hurt, and it was because I was hurt, and I felt like I got kicked while I was asleep. And I walked to the camera and I said, yo, if I find out y'all had anything to do with me being hurt like this, you're gonna see me again. And I let it be known. I let them know just like that. I was like, that's all I said. I didn't threaten. They said, oh, he threatened us and da da da. I was like, I didn't threaten nobody. I didn't say nothing. I didn't say I'm gonna kill you. I didn't say nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? They sat there, they fishing for something, and I'm sitting there, and I'm like, I'm sitting there, I'm explaining that shit to the cop, like it ain't nothing, because at the end of the day, that's what it was. I wasn't lying about nothing. I limped to walk to the camera, and I was limping after that to get off of the steps, to get down the steps, and then after that, I was walking down the fucking street, and I'm limping down the fucking street. I turned down fucking Bond to go to the left, and I'm fucking limping. I'm limping all the way. I end up in front of the fucking hospital, in front of Dunkin' Donuts, and I was limping the whole fucking time over there. I wasn't making that shit up. That's really what it was. I got kicked while I was asleep, and on top of that, I started putting pieces together after that. I'm like, hold on, these games have been missing, and all of a sudden, because these games were missing, and I mentioned that shit in my live, now all of a sudden these games show up. I'm like, nigga, I go through my son's drawers every fucking day. So then I'm sitting there, I'm like, yo, how much I go through my son's drawers every day, and there's never no fucking games there, and the games that I'm looking for are missing. But then all of a sudden, the same day I'm kicked, I go through my son's drawers and I find the fucking games that I've been looking for. And I'm like, that's funny. And then the reason why the games were there was because he thought that I was gonna fucking flip on my fucking son when I found those shits in his drawer. But in reality, I looked through my son's drawers every day. So then when I looked the next day and I found them shits there, I'm like, somebody planted them shits there, because they weren't there last night before I went to bed. And prior to the fact that that happened, I'm sitting there and I'm like, oh shit. That nigga heard me say that shit in the live, and he was like, I can't get caught with these games, I'm gonna get in trouble. Then he fucking came, put them shits in there, in the fucking drawer, tried to set up my son and get me to fucking flip on my son. I never flipped on my son. And on top of that, he kicked me before he left. My girl was actually here. He was looking for my girl at first. He was like, I'm gonna go grab the games and I'm gonna drop him off and come back. She came and she was in here, right? And then he came right after, and when he did, she's trying to fuck with me and shit. All of a sudden, I got these lights that go around my room, these LED lights, right? You know, the ones that go all over, wrap around the room and shit. I had a little piece hanging, and he fucking grabbed it and pulled that shit down and yanked it down. And then after that, he fucking pulled my girl by her fucking hair to get off of me, then pushed her to like get the fuck out the room. Put the games in my fucking drawer, in my son's drawer, to fucking set him up and make me think that he had them all along, and in reality he didn't, because I check his drawers every day. And before he left, he kicked me and then fucking left. When he kicked me hard. And then when I got up and I was like, I texted my girl and I was like, oh, I'm in fucking pain. He was like, oh, well, that nigga's weak, blah blah blah, whatever. That's what he was saying to my girl, because she was over there, because he made her leave. He was like, oh, well, that nigga weak, because all I did was kick that nigga once, and that nigga is just, I said, dude, you, first of all, you probably kicked me when you had Tim's on. And if you didn't have Tim's on, nigga, for starters, you kicked me while I was laying there unconscious, knocked the fuck out. He never had the balls to do that shit while I was up. Think about that. He put on a front for the camera to make it seem like he was tough, because maybe all along he had that shit planned. But think about something. Before I started the live and I was going down the street and I was passing by the house, I didn't have my live on. I seen his car in the fucking driveway, and that's where it was. And then when I got to the next house over, that's when I went live. And then when I did, he fucking saw me out the fucking window. And when he saw me out the fucking window and saw the notification pop up that I went live, he was like, oh, I'm gonna fucking go get this nigga. So then he hopped in his car, parked the car in the front. So technically, he was trying to fucking start shit with me. Everybody's gonna look at it like that, because those are the fucking facts. That's really what it is. Then when he fucking hopped out, I'm sitting there. You gotta understand, even if I was sitting there recording something, you can't fucking sit there and arrest somebody for fucking sitting there recording something, because they could be recording anything. Think about that. And prior to the fact that they were fucking sitting there, I'm sitting there, you know, prior to the fact that they're even recording something and make you look at shit a certain way, because at the end of the day, when you sit there and you looking at shit for what it really is, people end up looking at shit and they're like, hold on, this nigga is saying shit just to say shit. And when people start looking at what it really was and what it really is, they start realizing I wasn't lying. And the only reason people were thinking about it differently was because they were showing them, this is what they did. They grabbed the fucking they saw the download, they saw the video on the fucking Ring, right? They downloaded it, edited it, and made it shorter, because we was there for a minute. They edited it and made it shorter, and then after they edited it and made it shorter, they fucking sat there and took the sound out. So then when they were playing it for people, when they were sitting there playing it for people, they're like, oh, well, he was doing this, he said this. They said, well, what was the first thing he said? Because we can't hear nothing. They said, oh, he said this, and he said this, and he said that. But in reality, I didn't. Everything that they said was a fucking lie. Everything. So then when people see the actual live and they hear the sound of the actual video and they see it from my fucking camera where I'm actually holding it and I'm fucking live, and you hear him talking and you hear me and you hear everybody else when they came outside, you look at it differently, because they fucking sat there and said, oh, you think you talking all, I'm gonna fucking do this. They made it seem like I fucking threatened him as soon as, you know, I was standing there. And in reality, all I was, even if, you gotta understand, even if somebody's recording something, you can't get them arrested for them standing there recording something. Even if they were putting your address and your fucking plate out there, they can't get arrested for that. They can't. Think about that. On top of that, he hopped out the car, and when he opened the door, that's when he was like, he started talking shit. Because when he started talking, the door, he had just opened the door and he wasn't even coming out the car. He just opened it and just started talking. I looked up when that happened, and I was actually paying attention to the fact that the door opened. And once that shit opened, I was like, hold on. And that's why you don't see much from after that point, because until I plant my feet, because I walked all the way to the fucking sidewalk because I was near the edge of the sidewalk. And if I would have fucking started backing up because he hopped out the car and started walking towards me, I could have fell easily. So I was like, hold on, he trying to do all this gangster shit. All right, hold on, let me plant my feet on the fucking sidewalk, my nigga. This nigga think he tough. This nigga a bitch. And he's like, yo, so what's good? You got a problem, nigga? What's good? I said, yeah, nigga, I do. You rape my bitch, nigga? What's good? I didn't say what's good, but I say, nigga, you rape my bitch? He's like, I'm like, yo, he's like, you got a problem? I'm like, yeah, I got a problem, nigga. You rape my fucking bitch, nigga. And nigga, like, when you see him in the video, you could tell he kind of like choked. He wasn't expecting me to say that. Honestly, I don't believe he was ever thinking I was gonna say anything like that. But then that was the first thing that came out of my mouth, and he was kind of like shocked. He didn't really know what to say. And the whole time he was standing there. When I got quiet, he thought he was gonna jump me after that. When he started taking those 2 steps, he took 2 steps, and he was like, and then he took 2 more. And notice, every time he took 2, every time he was trying to act like he was tough, he took 2 steps, right? And then he paused, and he was like, oh yeah, you ain't got nothing to say now, right? I was like, actually, and he was like, cause after he said that, I still was quiet after that. He was like, oh yeah, so what's good? And I was like, I actually do got a lot to say. And then you hear this fucking brother, the fat black nigga, Daniel Jones, you hear him knocking on the motherfucking window. That was him knocking on the window. Then he came out, and I'm like, you see what I'm saying? Yo, niggas don't roll dolo. And in reality, before that live, there's been several encounters of him talking shit behind closed doors about me, and he's loud as fuck when he's saying this shit, and I hear him from here. Even with the fucking window closed, all of that shit sound, I still hear shit. And then this nigga will fucking sit there and be like, oh, I'm gonna shoot that nigga in the back, I'm gonna shoot that nigga in the arm, I'm gonna shoot that nigga in the leg, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna fucking shoot that nigga in the head and have his temple leaking, blah blah blah, whatever. Like, he was saying all that fucking shit, right? He was saying all that shit. And you think at that moment in that live, that shit wasn't going through my mind? That shit was going through my mind, but at the same time, I ain't no sucker ass nigga. At the same time, I ain't no bitch ass nigga. That's why when I got quiet, I'm sitting there and I didn't have a flashback. I was just thinking about the same type of situations I was in that were similar to this. And I was like, that little gap, that little silence, that was when he was supposed to approach me, because you see him take those 2 steps. Oh yeah, blah, 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 blah. Oh yeah, he took 2 more steps. Oh yeah. And he took 2 more. Oh yeah. He's still talking shit. And he's like, you ain't got nothing to say now, right? And I was like, I actually do got a lot more to say. And I was like, nigga, fuck out of here. You a bitch ass nigga. You pussy nigga. I was still in front of him when I said that shit. That nigga, yo, you gotta understand, that nigga was pussy. He put on the front for everybody. But he was a bitch. He wasn't gonna do shit. That live proved it. Because at the end of the day, that part where I was quiet and he started taking those steps and he stopped taking steps, think about it. He stopped taking steps and I was like, nigga, fuck out of here. You ain't gonna do shit, nigga. You a bitch. He was no longer in front of me. He backed up. And I said this saying he backed up, nigga. He really did. Which is why when I started backing up, I backed up, because at the end of the day, he's only acting tough because I was on his yard. And he was like, oh, well, you going to, he's like, oh, you protected by your yard. I'm like, nigga, I'm not. And I was like, you gotta understand, while I was standing in the front in my yard, I even said to him, right then and there, right in front of him, I was like, yo, fuck is you talking about, nigga? You wasn't talking all that shit when I was calling your ass outside when we was in the back. Because when we was in the back, nigga, I don't got cameras in the back. I called that nigga out in the back and he did not fucking approach me. Cause he didn't even say nothing to me. He knew what time it was. Nigga, ain't no cameras in my backyard. You think niggas is scared like you? Nigga, you so scared you put a camera in the back and in the front. Fuck out of here, nigga. And the only reason you really did that was to make sure that you saw anytime that any of the girls that were there, any of my girls, would fucking ever leave the fucking house, and you would get a suspicion that they did leave the house, you'll fucking sit there, look at that shit, and then you'll see the video footage and be like, oh, and then you start asking them questions, and then if they lied to you, y'all will fucking sit there and smack the shit out of them until they fucking started listening and acting right. Think about that, my nigga. Y'all niggas sit there trying to act like fucking people that y'all niggas not. When my bitch said, nigga, that nigga is a fraud, nigga, not only is he a fraud, his fucking brother Daniel's a fucking fraud. The other nigga that's on fucking Crown Street next to where next to the park, next to the house that's next to the parking lot, next to the house that's next to the house that's next to the parking lot, across the street from the Webster Theater on Crown Street. Crown Street? The shit, the street right there. I think it's Crown Street actually. Yeah, I think it is. And the thing is, when I was talking about, when Tasha used to stay on fucking the one way of Bond where we used to be at, we used to hustle and shit. When she moved from there to Benton, and they were in an apartment building there on Benton, on 100 Benton, and then from there they moved from there to motherfucking Crown Street, and I know because I went to visit them when they were on Crown Street too, and I went in there. Lonnie was there, mother was there, motherfucking Tasha was there, 40 went there, like we were all there. We all went, we was all chilling. We didn't chill all the time like we used to, but we went there before, you know what I'm saying? We went to their house, we chilled. It wasn't all the time because it was different vibes, like they weren't you know, Tasha and 40 weren't together like that no more. But 40 was still, you know, cool with Tasha, and you know, he had mad love for Lonnie and shit, and I don't know, that kind of makes me wonder though, because if 40 was acting like that, trying to force a bitch to do something, and he shouldn't. Maybe it was a bad idea for him to have that much love for Lonnie, because you never know if she would have got older and he would have been trying to, you know what I'm saying? Because niggas be on some real pedophile shit like that too, you know what I'm saying? And motherfuckers sit there and get mad, but really think about that shit. He raped it, nigga. He was my son's godfather, right? And my girl is my girl, and I told him, I warned him, I said, yo nigga, if I find out you fucking with my chick, or you fucking with this chick after I fucking asked you, because I asked him, I told him the fucking name, and he was like, no, I don't know her. I'm like, dude, you know, if you lying to me or I find out that you are, we're gonna have a fucking problem, right? He thought, oh, this nigga ain't gonna do shit, this nigga soft. Think about something. That nigga is known for gang banging, Latin King, you know, he's a Latin King, he's known for big gang banging and all that shit. That nigga approached 7 niggas for me by himself. I made that nigga shook by myself. Think about that. When I'm about to fucking flip, there's no comparison to me. Like, there's nobody fucking with me, because you gotta understand, I never flip on nobody. I never start problems with nobody. I never have issues with nobody. I'm always the calm nigga out of everybody. I'm always the cool nigga out of everybody. You never heard me of being in problems. You never see me in no problems. Nigga, I got a fucking clean record, and I did all the shit that I did. That's a fucking blessing. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, think about something, because my record was clean. I was doing all this shit. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just sitting there being my fucking self, doing everything that I gotta do. Excuse me. Attending all the shit that I gotta attend to. You know what I'm saying? And niggas was hating on me. They was hating on me for a while, and then when niggas realized When niggas realized what shit was, and they realized I wasn't playing around with niggas, and I wasn't nothing to be played with, and I really had an army behind me, and niggas was them fucking people in my crew really wanted to get them niggas. They wanted to take them niggas' heads off, literally. Pinky wanted to chop them niggas, all them niggas that raped my fucking girl and all of my other bays. She wanted to chop them niggas' dicks off, put it in a meat grinder, and feed it to them. That's what she wanted to do. She said, if I wasn't a fucking fed right now, I would have did that shit, because she did that shit before in her past. Think about that. She's done that shit in her past. And she said she did it before, I do it again. But she said them niggas deserve that shit. They deserve to get their dick chopped off and put that shit in a fucking meat grinder and then fed to them for raping a fucking poor innocent girl and beating the shit out of her to get their fucking way. They wanted to do that to 40, they wanted to do that to Styles, they wanted to do that to Poe, and they wanted to do that to Joel. Why you think them niggas got so fucking scared when they did? Because Pinky was following them niggas. She still knows where they be at, she still follow them, she still see them, but she's doing other shit. She got other shit going on. Them niggas were the original four involved in this shit. Also, when these niggas got involved, Pinky wanted to do that shit to all of them niggas too. And when she found out about that shit, she really wanted to do that shit. And she ain't give a fuck if she was gonna be a cop. She like, hold on, a whole nother group of different niggas doing this shit now too? They're like, hold on, we're gonna use these niggas as an example. And the only reason she didn't kill them niggas the only reason they didn't kill them is because I told them not to. So I showed a little bit of mercy. But you gotta understand something. That's just my crew. You got issues with police. You got issues with feds. You got issues with motherfuckers who know me. You got issues with motherfuckers who know of me but don't know me and I don't know them. You got issues with motherfuckers who know my girl and know her. And you got issues with motherfuckers who know of my girl but don't know my girl, and my girl don't know them at all. The same way I don't know them other people that I don't know. Think about that. All those people are gonna come for that ass. And the ones that are gonna kill you are gonna be the ones that don't have any attachments, no ties to us. And when I say no ties and no attachments, the people that are gonna kill you, not kill you, kill y'all, just the same way this nigga got killed, it's gonna be motherfuckers that, motherfuckers that know of us and our situation, but they don't know us at all. Those are gonna be the motherfuckers that kill y'all. No police officer's gonna look into it. No federal agent is gonna look into it. None of them. No law enforcement official, period, is gonna look into it or look at the fucking situation or the death. They're gonna be like, this was our fault for not arresting these niggas in the beginning. And if they would have got arrested, they probably would have died in prison anyways. But we should have left them niggas locked up, because at least if they would have died in prison, that shit wouldn't be all over the fucking streets and people seeing that shit. You know what I'm saying? Think about that. Because at the end of the day, the people, like I said, I'm gonna say it one more time, the people that are gonna kill them, all involved in helping them, are gonna be people that know of us and our situation, but they don't know us and we don't know them. And when I say we, I mean me and my girl and my baes. Remember that. And it's not gonna be nobody we know. It's not gonna be nobody we chill with. It's not gonna be nobody we affiliate with. It's not gonna be nobody we help. It's not gonna be nobody we talk to. It's not gonna be nobody we come around. It's not gonna be anybody that come around us or talk to us or come around us. Remember that. I'm gonna fucking start this fucking game though, cause I've been talking for 3 hours now. You know what I'm saying? And I just want to get to the fucking plane, cause all I've been doing is talking for 3 hours. Yeah, I know that. Just do me a favor and just make sure that y'all staying alive, and y'all make sure that y'all come to the next live that I fucking start up and shit. You know what I'm saying? Next time I go live, hopefully it'll be on the other game and that'll be today. But if not, you already know how that go. But I'm gonna be live. I'm gonna be playing on the game, but I might want to grab video clips and shit. I don't want to be talking the whole time. I mean, if I'm just like driving around and shit, I might pick up the mic and be back on the mic and talking. But for the meantime, I just want to play the fucking game. You know what I'm saying? I'm tired of fucking talking. So I'm gonna unplug the mic, but I'm gonna still be playing. And if I grab it again and I start talking, you know what I'm saying, I'll be here. And if you have questions, don't be afraid to, you know, not even if you have questions. If you have questions, if you have something you want to say, or you just want to talk, or you just want to speak in the live, I mean, you could do that too. Just speak. I'm right here. I'll respond to anything. And if I don't respond immediately, or you know, I don't have the mic on and you ask me something and I don't say something, as soon as I come back to the fucking screen and or I fucking see it, I'll fucking sit there and say something about it. You know what I'm saying? On the mic. That way, you know. And another thing I gotta do, I gotta charge this controller too, cause this shit about to die soon. You know what I'm saying? But I'm here if anything. Alright. Now I'm gonna fucking sit there. I'm gonna sit here and fucking play, cause I'm gonna die in the fucking play. Wait, I gotta fucking piss. I'll be back in a second, okay, guys? Just don't fucking go nowhere, cause y'all gotta fucking habit of fucking leaving and shit sometimes, but y'all always come back, so you know I don't really get too worried or too stressed about it. But even when y'all leave and y'all come back, my bae does the same shit too. Like, she'll hop into the live, but then she'll, you know, hop out for whatever reason, but she always comes back. You know what I'm saying? And to my bae, I love you, girl. To my baes, I love y'all. To my crew, you know I love y'all. To my fans, keep playing my shit. Thank y'all for the support. Thank y'all for the love. Those that have been streaming my shit on Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon Music, all that shit, Pandora, YouTube, TikTok, all that shit. Thank y'all for y'all support. Like, I really appreciate that shit. And those that have been buying my music, thank you for the support. You know what I'm saying? Those that have been playing my shit on Reverb Nation and making sure my rank go higher, I appreciate that shit, and I hope y'all enjoy the exclusive music on Reverb Nation, and I hope y'all know that the music on Reverb Nation is not the same on YouTube, and it's not the same on fucking Spotify, so, or SoundCloud, or BandLab, you know what I'm saying? So, just remember, I'm here, I'm still working on shit. It's just, all this situation has been, you know, causing me to waste a lot of time, so, as soon as the situation is over and done with, I'm gonna fucking get back to dropping shit and working on shit. I know I just dropped something, but I want to get back to dropping 2-3 songs a day, because I miss doing that shit. I miss making beats and working on a song as soon as I make the beat. Like, I'm ready to get back in my zone, but I'm not gonna be able to do that until my girl get back here. But in the meantime, I'm gonna just keep promoting my music, keep working on shit from time to time, and when my bae comes back and I get back in my zone, you're gonna see, because I'm gonna be out working everybody in the fucking game, outside the game, anybody that says they better, because I am the fucking GOAT, period. If y'all need anything, I'm right here. Don't be afraid to message me on PlayStation Network. If you don't know what my PlayStation Network ID is, it's B as in boy, T as in Tom, M as in Michael, dash, not the underscore, the little line in the middle, Empire, that's E as in elephant, M as in Michael, P as in Paul, I as in igloo, R as in red, E as in elephant, dash, you know, the little line in the middle again, not the underscore, the one in the middle, and then fly, F, L, F as in Frank, L as in lion, Y as in yo-yo, and then Y as in yo-yo again. This is 2 Y's, not 1. And if you want to hit me up on my other account, it's mention me, and it's M as in Michael, E as in elephant, N as in Nancy, N as in Nancy. Yo, stop. Alright, so I'm gonna do that shit one more time, because my dog started barking. M as in Michael, E as in elephant, N as in Nancy, N as in Nancy again, T as in tiny, I as in igloo, I as in igloo, I as in igloo 3 times, okay? And then O is in oh my gosh. N is in Nancy. Dash, not the underscore, the line in the middle. And then M is in Michael and E is in elephant. That's how I would spell mention me. So you need me, you can message me. If you have my Instagram, you can follow me on Instagram. It's Dub.AR, or you can hit me up on just hit me up on Dub.AR. Don't hit me up on the other ones. The only ones that can hit me up, on my other accounts that I'll actually respond to is my girls. That's it. I'm not responding to nobody on those other accounts. Those accounts are just for my babe. Nobody else. So if y'all can follow, y'all could keep in touch and keep in tune and follow that shit if you want, but I'm not. If you're messaging me on that shit, I'm not gonna respond. If you message me on Dub.AR, just Dub.AR, I will respond. The only one that I'm responding to that are to my girls, the only ones that I'm only responding to my girls are the ones on my other accounts. But the main one that I don't mind people messaging me on is Dub.AR. So if you're not any of my girls or my bays and any of those females, you can message me on Dub.AR. Yeah. But I'll be right back. I'm gonna be live and I'm gonna be playing that game. So just stay tuned and don't go nowhere, okay? Alright. Sorry about that. I had to take a quick dump. But I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put that shit out there like that. I just felt like I had to, you know what I'm saying? But anyways. The motherfuckers. Hey, I gotta say something. First thing I'm gonna say is, this is to the motherfuckers next door. Don't tell my girl not to call this place home, cause home is where your heart is, and her heart is here. That's why she calls this place home. She'll never call over there home, because that's not home. That's where she gets raped and she gets beat and she's held against her will there. Another thing, stop fucking sitting there fucking blaming my girl for something that she didn't even fucking do. You're sitting there, you're fucking sitting there coming up with this fucking illusion in your fucking mind that she says something to me. My girl hasn't told me shit. So when you sit there, oh well, how does he know this, and how did he know this, how did he know this nigga's name? Because I just know shit. I told y'all niggas that years ago, and y'all still talking about, oh, this and that, and oh, how does he know this? That's every time I tell y'all that I know something, y'all fucking sit there and assume that she fucking told me something. And out of everything that I've ever told y'all that I've known, that I found out, even Amir's name, she never told me none of that shit. You can look through our text messages, all of that shit, and you will see for yourself. We never had that conversation about his name. The only time his name was brought up was when I brought it up. Remember that. Stop fucking blaming my girl for saying shit that she never fucking said. Because at the end of the day, and you should be ashamed to even call yourself a mother and fucking sit there saying all that shit to her, right? You got a son that was doing the same fucking shit, raping bitches, beating the shit out of them, and this fucking fat black motherfucker look like a doped out Rick Ross, whose name is Danielle Jones. You fucking sat there and told my girl, oh well, I know you fucking have something to do with him finding that out and blah blah blah. You're gonna go over there and you're gonna fucking do whatever the fuck he says. He tells you to fucking take your clothes off and you get on him, guess what you're gonna fucking do? And if not, you're gonna have a fucking problem. That's what you're fucking sitting there telling her that she's gonna do. And let me tell you something, my nigga. If you think for one fucking second that you gonna fucking sit there and tell her to fucking do that shit, and my crew ain't gonna fucking know about that shit, they're not gonna come for that ass. They're gonna come for that ass, and when they do, you're gonna fucking regret that shit. And while you sit there doing all the fucking shit talking you doing, and you saying this and you saying that, and you acting however the fuck you acting, and you telling her she's gonna do this and she's gonna do that, let me tell you something. You force her to do any fucking thing. I don't give a fuck what it is. It could be to fucking pick her fucking nose, my nigga. You could tell her, yo, pick your fucking nose, do this, do that. I don't give a fuck what it is. You tell her to fucking do something she don't want to fucking do, or she's not gonna fucking do, and you fucking force her to do it, you're gonna have a bigger problem, because you're gonna have all of us to fucking answer to. And if you think you're such a fucking badass, let me tell you something. You not. Because if you was, you would have fucking did something that fucking night. Your son would have did something that night if y'all were really such fucking badasses. You not. You just fucking do that shit for the fucking internet, so y'all can get attention. Because the more attention you get, the more money you was gonna get from your son, right? It don't work like that. Because the only reason people were playing his shit before is because people remember him by his fucking music. And when people play his fucking music, they say, nah, we ain't playing that nigga shit. We playing AR shit now. That's what the fuck is going on. That's what the fuck everybody's doing. Don't nobody want to play that shit. Why would somebody want to play a fucking rapist? A nigga who was beating the shit out of over 1,000 bitches. Think about that. And you want to fucking sit there. They've been doing this shit for over 2 decades. And this nigga had the nerve to fucking sit there and try to tell people that was his wife. How was that your wife when she been fucking with me for over 3 decades, nigga? Over 3 decades. And we met in preschool. So you know how stupid you sound? We done did shit. We done went places. We done gone out. We done did a lot of shit that a lot of y'all niggas want to sit there and pretend that y'all niggas did, and y'all ain't done shit. You know what y'all did? Keep them bitches in a house 24/7. You didn't give them a life. You try to take their life from them. They were happy. They were happy going out. They were happy doing shit. And y'all ruined their fucking life by trapping them in a fucking house because you don't want to deal with the fact that you're wrong for all the shit that you're doing and allowing to fucking happen. Then you want to sit there and say you donate shit and you go to fucking church. How can we be bad people? Because you failed the fucking lie detector test, and all that proved was that all the shit that you fucking was talking about, all this glorious shit that you try to glorify, all this big, huge magnifying glass that you put over your fucking family to try to make yourself seem so fucking good, in reality was bullshit. None of it was true. All this fucking, you try to put a magnifying glass over y'all and sat there and put all these stories out there to try to make it seem like y'all these fucking good innocent people, when in reality y'all not. Y'all been doing this shit for over 2 decades. Y'all been raping bitches and beating the shit out of them, and you've been the mother that's been allowing this shit to happen the whole fucking time. You sit there mad as fuck because I found out all this shit. I got 5,260 people in my fucking crew. You really think I'm not gonna fucking find out shit? 2 of them are fucking feds. Like I said before in my songs, I know the niggas that know the niggas that know the niggas that know you. And I know the niggas that know the niggas that know you. And I know the niggas that know you. Think about that. Is why you sit there trying to put up a front for everybody. I know the truth. And I'm exposing the truth to everybody, regardless what y'all think and regardless what you do. And if you think for 1 second my crew ain't gonna come for that ass, they're gonna kill y'all. If you fucking keep fucking with my fucking girl. But even if I decide to not let them do that, like I haven't, because the only reason they haven't done it already is because I told them not to. The only reason they haven't is because I told them not to. Because at the end of the day, you still got feds that want to get you. You got police that want to get you. You have people that know me that want to fucking kill you. You have people that know of me and my girl that want to get you. You got people that know my girl but don't know me that want to get you. You have people that know of me and my girl's situation and they want to kill you. You have people that know of my girl's situation but don't know me and they want to kill you. You have people that know of my situation and don't know my girl's situation and they want to kill you too. So think about something. When it happens, because it's gonna happen, and when it happens that y'all get killed, remember something. No law enforcement official is gonna do anything or say anything about it, and all of them will turn their fucking heads. Because this whole shit happened because they didn't arrest y'all and leave y'all in prison. The only reason why y'all even got out, because y'all had no bond, and the only reason why y'all got out was because you fucking listened to your fucking son. Because when you made that phone call, those phone calls are recorded. When you made that phone call to your son, when they gave you one phone call, the person you called was your son. And when you called him, what did he tell you? He said, "Oh, I told the cop that I told the cop when he switched shifts that the cop that arrested me was a crooked cop, and then he gave me my gun and he let me out." And then they ended up thinking each other were crooked cops, and in reality, they were not crooked cops, neither one of them in Newington. Think about that. And the only reason why you got out, and anyone else in your family got out, even that fat black motherfucker Daniel, the only reason y'all motherfuckers got out is because y'all sat there and said exactly what he said to those police officers, that the cop that arrested you was a crooked cop, blah, 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 whatever. That's the only reason why y'all motherfuckers got out in the first place. Y'all had no fucking bond. The only reason y'all got out is because of that, and you sat there and said, "Oh, we donate and we go to church, we're good people, blah, 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 we don't ever do nothing wrong." But your criminal background even shows that you've done shit wrong in your fucking days. You sat there, you changed. I wouldn't be surprised if you changed your name too. I wouldn't be surprised if every one of y'all motherfuckers changed y'all fucking names because y'all all have fucking records. Because he changed his name because he had a fucking record. Because he had a record on the name that he gave him. But then when they fingerprinted him, they pulled out another fucking record, and that shit was longer than his fucking arm. And that's why he got fucking bagged and hit with no fucking bond. And then after that happened, that meant you knew about this shit. Or on top of that, you and Daniel both knew that he was coming over there, which made y'all an accomplice to conspiracy to commit a murder. Because he was conspiring to make a murder, but y'all knew about it. So y'all was the accomplice, and y'all told him, okay, be safe, be straight, come back, don't let nobody see you, don't let nobody follow you. Y'all were fucking helping him. That makes you an accomplice. Think about that. Don't try to act like you smarter than me, because you'll look dumber than me every time. Remember that. I told them niggas. They ain't want to fucking listen though. See what I gotta deal with? I'm about to play this shit though. But remember what I said. They failed the lie detector test. All of them. And all that shit that they're always saying, all that good shit, they were asked if all that shit was true. And they failed the lie detector test because that shit proved that they were not telling the truth about that. They were just saying that shit to make it seem good and make people feel like, oh, they're in a tough situation and blah. Anybody that was in a church that actually said, oh yeah, they donate and do this and that, they were paid to say that shit. You don't ever see them niggas go to church. I see them niggas all the time. I live next door. Trust me. Nobody, no police officer, no undercover is gonna see the motherfuckers more than me. Remember that shit. And when I sit there and I tell you those motherfuckers are responsible for that shit and they're involved in that shit, don't fucking go against me, because you will make yourself look stupid in the end. Because when I sat there and I told each and every one of them, and I told each and every police officer, and I told every single person that all of the motherfuckers were involved and they didn't want to fucking listen, but then at the end they ended up listening because a lie detector test proved to them all that they were all lying about everything that they were telling everybody they said they were telling the truth about. They made themselves look stupid because at the end of the day they all lied on the lie detector test and they all failed that shit. Everybody thought, oh, they're just gonna answer the questions and they're gonna say the same shit they always tell us. They said the same shit that they always tell everybody, and they fucking failed the lie detector test because none of that shit was true. So if you don't believe me, that's on you. But at the end of the day, I'm done talking about that shit. I remember what I said. Every FBI agent, every police officer, every federal agent, any law enforcement official will turn their fucking heads and not even look into anybody's coming up and it's yours or your kids or your entire families. So like I said, when y'all get killed for fucking with my girl and not letting her go and letting her live the life that she want to live, when y'all get killed, because it's not a if it happens, it's when it happens. When y'all get killed, remember, everybody that's law enforcement is gonna turn their fucking heads and look the other way, because they know by letting y'all free and letting y'all out and not arresting y'all when they should have, all this shit happened because they didn't listen to me in the beginning. Because if they would have listened to me in the beginning, Amir would have got fucking arrested the fucking very second those two guy police officers showed up and that my fucking girl got hit and she was at the fucking door. Think about that. Let me see what the fuck they doing. And for the record, like right now, their mother's upset that I fucking found out his real name, right? His mother is so upset that she fucking sat there and called the police and started just making accusations about shit. Oh, this and all that, and he did this and he did that, he said this and he said that. First of all, I say whatever the fuck I want. It's a free country. Second, even if I said that, like I fucking said before, the police department, FBI, any law enforcement official will turn their fucking head, because everything that happened has happened because of y'all. You fucking sat there and you told that bitch she was gonna have, you told my fucking girl she was gonna have a baby by your fucking son, and she didn't even want that shit. Your fucking son raped her, and on top of that, she told him don't fucking nut in me, and he fucking did, and he said, bitch, you're gonna fucking have my baby. And then you fucking sat there and told him, you sat there and told her that she was gonna have that shit, and she told you it's my fucking body, I'm not fucking having nobody's fucking baby other than his, and she was talking about me. Remember that shit. That's my fucking girl. I've been with her for over 30 years, my nigga. The fuck off my dick, nigga. Stop talking all this extra shit, cause none of y'all niggas is about that shit. None of y'all niggas is about that life, nigga, either. And I am. And everybody that fuck with me is on my side, including the police and including the fucking feds, nigga. Remember that shit. So when I say, oh yeah, y'all gonna get killed, y'all are. And it's gonna be by somebody who is already has a vendetta towards you, whether they know you or they don't. At the end of the day, I'm not gonna know them, and my girl ain't gonna know them, but at the same time, they're gonna know about our situation, and they're gonna fucking kill you. I've heard people saying shit. I've heard people talking about somebody saying that they're gonna fucking kill y'all. All. Especially for the fact that y'all putting this female through all of the shit that she's going through. You could have ended this shit when Amir got killed, but no, you didn't want to end it there. You wanted to keep the shit going, and you wanted fucking Danielle Jones to fucking keep doing this shit, and that's what he was fucking doing, right? And now you were sitting there trying to pretend that he wasn't there, nobody else was there, right? But in reality, that's why the fucking infinity don't be in the front no more. That's why the infinity don't be in the back no more, because you're trying to hide that shit. So you gave that shit to his baby mother, and then he's over there, the car's over there, but he's in there and he's with my girl. You think I'm stupid? I wasn't born yesterday, but you were. And remember something, you got put on a lie detector test the same way your entire family did, the same way Amir Jones was, the same way Danielle Jones was too, and the father and the other brother, all of y'all. And guess what happened? Even the fucking females, and y'all all, the females that were on Elliot too, all of them, and y'all all failed that lie detector test, my nigga. All of y'all. All that, oh yeah, we go to church, oh we donate, we're good people, oh yeah, we're not bad people, we don't. All of that shit was a lie. Even the police officers said that shit. Trust me, nobody's against me on this. Nobody. So when I sit there and I say that shit's gonna happen, I've heard it myself through random people that shit's about to happen, and they're gonna fucking kill all of y'all for putting the first lady of my crew and me through that fucking bullshit that y'all putting us through, and y'all have put us through over the last 2.5 years. And the situation with the other niggas, that shit started in 2018. So think about it. How much do you really value your life and your freedom? Because the longer you keep my girl there, and you keep her from doing what the fuck she want to do and being here with me, the more likely y'all all gonna fucking get killed. And the police and the FBI and any law enforcement official is gonna turn their fucking head, because they know that shit is all their fault. And on top of the fact that it's all their fault, let me tell you something. No police officer is gonna go against me on shit. You know why? Because first of all, I've been harassed by the fucking police, and I never opened a fucking case against them for that. Because I got a couple cases that I could have actually had, and I could have won millions. So imagine if I open up another fucking case because they didn't do their job on this fucking case. I'm gonna fucking see double that. I'm gonna see double the millions I was about to see. So think about it. I didn't say million. I said double the millions that I was about to see if I would have opened that case. Because if I open up any case, I'm not saying I'm gonna, but if I ever open up a case and this ends up getting brought up, I will see, I promise you, I will see more than 4 million from suing the police department for not doing their fucking job and for harassing me when I was a teenager because I was traumatized when they had me in handcuffs and they pressed a gun to my fucking head and told me to shut up. And the thing that I never fucking mentioned, the person that the police was looking for that day is actually one of the dudes that I got jumped by, Joel. His boy was the one that the police was fucking chasing. Think about that. So imagine the size of the lawsuit that I would get for winning. Imagine the size of the fucking income I'm gonna get just from actually opening a fucking case against the police for that, but not to mention for this and all the shit that my girl's been going through. Think about that. Not only would I win, I'd win huge. Not big, I'd win huge. And trust me, I know everybody that's involved in this shit too. I know their names, I know their addresses, I know where they be at, I know where they chill at, I know who they know, I know who they don't, I know who they be around, and I know who they don't. So remember something, when you sit there trying to play me and trying to tell all these lies to, you know, police officers and FBI officials and shit, let me tell you something. You're only fucking yourself up because all those conversations are recorded. And every conversation, you think when you're sitting there and you're calling Amir Jones on the fucking phone, you called Amir Jones. When they said you have one call you could fucking make, and they gave you the phone and you could make that one call, you called your son, Amir Jones. That's who the fuck you called. And because he fucking said to one police officer that when they switched shifts, because he told that police officer the cop that arrested him was a fucking crooked cop, that cop let him out. And then after he let him out, he also went into the evidence room, gave him back his gun, let him go on his way. And then the cop that originally arrested him thought that cop was a fucking crooked cop after that, and the cop wasn't crooked, he was just misled and mistold something that wasn't even true. And at the end of the day, y'all all would put on lie detector tests, y'all all failed that shit, and y'all all had a fucking no bond. All of y'all had no fucking bond. This nigga had no bond in Newington, and then y'all had no fucking bond out here. Like, come on, my nigga, keep it a buck. Y'all should be locked the fuck up. Like I said from the start, when y'all get killed, because it's gonna happen, and when y'all do, it's gonna be by somebody who don't know me, and somebody who don't know my girl, and somebody who don't know us personally, or see us, or chill with us, or talk to us. It's gonna be somebody that knows about our situation, but they don't know us, and we don't know them. So then when it happens and you get killed, that shit ain't got nothing to do with us. So when the police see that shit, you know what they're gonna do? And the FBI, they're gonna look the other direction and say that was gonna happen, regardless what we did. And they're just gonna turn their head and keep on, and they're gonna be like, we're not gonna look into this because we have more important cases that need our attention right now. And they're gonna keep on with the fucking job that they fucking have and keep providing the excellent job that they've been doing, providing for the fucking community and keeping this community safe. Think about that. Because when I sit there and I say they're gonna turn their fucking heads, they're gonna turn their fucking heads, and nobody's gonna look into shit. Period. They're gonna turn their fucking heads, they're not gonna look into shit, and they're not gonna fucking second guess it either. So when it happens, remember, it's gonna happen, like I said. And when it do, I told y'all from the beginning Amir Jones was gonna get killed. I told y'all that shit. Y'all didn't want to listen to me though, right? And what happened? He got killed. What I said, hopefully, if that ever happens, hopefully it don't. I said that from the beginning. I said, hopefully it don't happen. But if it do, hopefully by that time, y'all will fucking come to an agreement and understanding, and y'all fucking sit there and cut this shit out and stop all this bullshit. But no, y'all still trying to keep it going. So like I said from the beginning, when y'all get killed, the police and the FBI are going to turn their fucking heads. And they're not going to look into it. They're not going to think about it. They're not going to investigate it. They're going to leave it be. Period. Because at the end of the day, the only reason all this shit is happening is because they didn't do their fucking job right the first time. Period. And that's why they're not going to look into it. Because at the end of the day, all the fucking shit that's happening, all the bullshit that y'all been talking about, is just bullshit that y'all talking about. Because at the end of the day, none of the shit that y'all ever said was true. Y'all was fishing for reasons to try to get me in trouble because you were looking to get me out of the picture. Because once you had control of my girl, you turned her because you made her think that I was fucking with other bitches because my blinds and my windows, my shades, curtains were closed. And they weren't. There was nobody here. Just me. And I showed her that. And once I showed her, she changed again. And then she changed on y'all. Y'all didn't like that. So then that's when y'all called the police. Think about that. You just made yourself look stupid. Globally, on top of the fact that you made yourself look stupid globally, you also, after that, and the whole fucking situation with the live, you called the fucking police a couple times after that, making accusations about shit. And what did the police officer say to you on the phone? Oh, how do you know that? Can you prove that? No. Alright, well, until you get proof, don't call us, because you're looking like you're tying up our lines, and there's people that we could actually be helping, and that could be calling us for emergencies, and you're sitting there tying up our line with false accusations because you're sitting there trying to put an innocent man behind bars that didn't even do nothing, and you're just sitting there mad because you're fucking sitting there raping somebody and you have shit going on, and you're allowing that shit to happen. You're fucking sitting there allowing shit to happen on your fucking watch, and you're sitting there trying to blame somebody else for something that they ain't even doing. So imagine that, because you making yourself so imagine that, because at the end of the day, you're sitting there making yourself look stupid because you're saying shit but like I said, the only reason why all that shit happened was because they didn't do their fucking job. And that's the main reason. Ain't nobody gonna go against me on this shit, because ain't nobody doing nothing they're not supposed to. Everybody's doing what they're supposed to do. Y'all sat there, tried to make a cop that wasn't doing anything crooked seemed like he was doing something crooked, probably lost his job and shit, or got suspended because y'all saying that he was a crooked cop, right? And then that cop ended up turning on the other cop that fucking sat there and let y'all out, because then it started making that cop look like he was crooked, and in reality he wasn't. You just ended up saying to the cop that switched shifts with him that he was a crook, that the cop that arrested you was a crooked cop, and he wasn't. He was just doing his job. And by doing that, you did what Amir did and made the cop that let you out look like he was a crooked cop, because you said to them, and he said to the other cop that he was a crooked cop that arrested you, and he said that the other cop was a crooked cop too, and that's why y'all got out. And after that, a lot of shit could have fucking happened, and that would have been the police's fault for not doing their fucking job the right way and making sure everything was done properly, and the people that were supposed to be locked up remained locked up, and the information that was supposed to be given as soon as they got the lie detector test results, that they all failed that shit. As soon as they got those lie detector test results, they should have fucking remained in fucking jail, and the information should have been passed to every other cop every time they switched shifts, and they didn't. So technically, that was an issue within the system, within the government. But at the same time, think about that. Because of that situation, and because of the fucking shit I went through, and besides all of that, also the shit that my girl's been going through, because of them not doing their job to the point that these people get arrested and they go to jail and never come back out, all this shit is gonna happen. And everybody made it clear, even people that aren't in my crew, people that are just random people that know of the situation, they said they're gonna fucking kill them. People that they don't know us from a can of paint, and we don't know them, but they know of our situation. They don't know where we live, they don't know none of that shit. But what they do know is the situation. And prior to the fact that they know of the fucking situation, they're gonna fucking get them. They're gonna kill them. And when that happens, like I said before, every police officer, every federal agent, and every law enforcement official, no matter their title, will turn their fucking heads and not look again, not look into it, not look again, and not think twice about it. because everything that happened because of them not doing their job thoroughly. And hopefully after this situation, regardless how it ever ends out, it doesn't happen again, because innocent people were hurt because of this, because of the job not being done the proper way. And I've been to the police academy, so trust me, I know some shit. I fucking watch all these fucking cop shows, I watch the fucking law shows, I watch all that shit. And not only that, I know the fucking law. I'm updated with the law all the fucking time. So trust me, when new laws come about, I find out about it immediately. So remember that. I'm aware of everything. You might think you ahead. I'm 10 steps ahead of you. You feel like you're ahead because you think that you are, but in reality you're not. I'm always 10 steps ahead of y'all, all the time. And when I sit there and I say everybody's gonna turn their fucking head, remember what I said the first time about Amir Jones. I said in the beginning, if this shit don't stop, somebody's gonna end up getting killed, and it's not gonna be me. I said that from the beginning. And I said, if he get killed, hopefully that'll stop all this shit from happening anymore. And if it don't, y'all all gonna get killed. I said that from the beginning. And I said after it happened, when Amir Jones got killed, hopefully that would stop all this shit. And it didn't. So prior to the fact that it didn't, y'all gonna fucking sit there and still try to cover your asses with the lies that y'all got caught in a lie detector test with that prove y'all was lying and y'all was wrong. That's the dumbest thing you could do. You could either stop all this shit and go back to living your life, or the way this shit is gonna end out is y'all gonna get killed just like he did. And let me tell you something. I said in the beginning, when he gets killed, if hopefully it doesn't happen, this is exactly what I said. I said hopefully it doesn't happen. But if he ends up getting killed, this is what's gonna happen. Police, any law enforcement, FBI, whoever, is gonna turn the other way, and they're not gonna fucking look into it. They're gonna turn their fucking heads and look in the other direction like nothing happened. And they're not gonna look into it, and they're gonna pay more attention to all these other cases, because those are cases that really are important, and they really need their assistance on those cases. Think about that. I said they were gonna turn their heads back then. And what happened? He got killed. And what happened? They turned their heads. Now, you want to go against the grain and think differently, go ahead. But when y'all get killed, and it's going to be by somebody, like I said, who don't know me, don't know my girl, don't know us from the can of paint, never seen us, never showed us, never talked to us, nothing. But they know of our situation. They're going to fucking kill them. They're going to kill y'all. And when they do, every law enforcement official, whether they're a cop, a fed, whatever, any law enforcement title, they're all gonna fucking turn their head and look the other way, because all this shit happened because the job wasn't done the right way the first time. Remember that. I'm done talking about this shit though. I just needed to say that so y'all can understand. And the dude's name is Danielle Jones, that's over there raping my girl next door right now. It has been. And the mother is enforcing that shit and making it and trying to make that shit happen. Remember that. That mother is just as guilty as the son is. The same with the dad, the same with all the brothers. Even the one with the short fucking hair. He's a little taller than the short one, and the short fat one, that's Daniel. Same thing. The same thing with that person. They're all involved in that shit. They all took turns raping and beating them. And the dude that drives the fucking silver minivan that be across the street, that you see on the camera every time you go in through the front, the one that's to be on the second floor, he's involved in that shit too. And another one that's involved in that shit is the one on the third floor. But this is, you gotta remember, when you're going in and you're going up the stairs, it's on the left side, not the right side. So when you go to the left side on the second floor, those people that are in there are all involved in that shit in that apartment. The one that's on top is the ones that actually help the ones on the fucking second floor on the left side. But the ones on top, on the right side, they're not bad people. They're actually good people. I know them. The ones on the first floor on the bottom, they're good people. The ones on the right, I think they're involved in that shit too. I can't prove it, and I'm not certain on it, so I don't want to speak on it, but I have my suspicion that the people on the bottom on the right side are involved in that shit too. And they know about shit, and they allowed shit to happen. The ones on the second floor on the right side, I don't know, part of me says that they know about shit and they just allow shit to happen too. So I mean, there's a possibility they could be involved too. But the people on the right, on the third floor, and the people on the bottom on the left, they're good people. I know they're good people. All the other ones though, they're not good. They're bad. The one on the bottom right though, that's a question here. That's a question right there. I'm not sure. The other one that I'm thinking could be involved in that shit is the one in the middle on the right on the second floor too. The one on the left, guaranteed, yes. That's a definite yes. The one on the upper on the third floor on the left, that's a guarantee yes. The one on the fucking right on the third floor are good people. Leave them alone. The ones on the bottom on the left, those are good people too. Leave them alone. Remember that. That's all I'm gonna say about that.